what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whoever you're with, whatever you're doing, however good it feels, however many times you plan on doing it tonight, I'm just glad you're doing it right here. I'm Legal Vices. This is the channel Legal Vices, and today we are hitting morning of day 3 of the Taylor SCHABUSINESS murder trial. The court's going to start here in just about 10 minutes, so we don't have a lot of time. We got to keep up. The pace here, because this judge is a fantastic judge. He does not screw around. He is on time. What he says goes. He lays down the law. He keeps things tight. But the one thing that he is guaranteed to do is start when he says he's going to start and finish when he says he's going to finish. So there's not a lot of time to chit chat. Not a lot of time to waste here, because it's on. And today, I don't know what we're going to be doing today. I know we're going to start out with a little bit of discussion regarding an expert. They're going to voir dire an expert for a little bit, and hopefully today at some point, whether it's in the morning or the afternoon, we'll get to the interrogation video. That should be interesting. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see what the trial gods have in store for us. All right. Well, before we do that, all of the housekeeping stuff. The housekeeping stuff we have is the like and subscribe poll. We'll mention the like and subscribe poll here in a little bit, but 624 of you were waiting for this trial to start, and only 262 of you have hit that like button. So please get down there, smash that like button, get it. We could be to 624 likes that fast. It's up to you guys. We need to get it. Once we hit the 600, then it sort of gets out into the YouTube algorithm. They say, hey, look, people are liking this. Let's send people over to the law racks, or today the SCHABUS racks. We're the SCHABUS racks this week. Send people over to the SCHABUS rack, see what's up, and let's enjoy the stream all together. So hit that like button, and then once you've hit the like button, make sure you're subscribed. We're pushing to 60,000 subscribers. We're less than 1,000 away. We're less than 800 away. We're about 750, 760 away from hitting 60,000 subscribers, which is going to be awesome. Once you do that, once you hit the like button, once you hit the subscribe button, come on over here and take our like and subscribe poll. Today's like and subscribe poll is, what is the most disturbing thing so far about this trial? 1, he peeled his back and cut meat off the bone. 2, the complex mixture of DNA on the dildo. 3, her weird and creepy staring and actions. And 4, the fact that Legal Mindset keeps stream sniping us. Those are our choices. We'll address them again in just a little bit. All right. And of course, it would not be a Vice Racks. It would not be a Law Racks. It would not be a SCHABUS Racks day without the cocktail of the day. So today's cocktail of the day is a cocktail called the Antrim cocktail that came from the Philippines. I know we've talked about it before. We have the book, The Gentleman's Companion, the exotic drinking book by Charles H. Baker, who was an explorer in the late 1800s, early 1900s, and he traveled the world, just collecting amazing food recipes and some amazing, frankly, cocktail recipes. This is another cocktail from this book. Right. Yeah, voodoo berries. Well, yeah. Voodoo berries has mentioned a particularly disturbing thing. I'd mercifully tried to forget about that. We'll talk about that in just a second. So today's that's an odd place to stop. Today's cocktail is the Antrim cocktail. This also comes from the Gentleman's Companion, the exotic drinking book. There's a story behind this one, the Antrim cocktail, one we found in the quaint little overseas club in Zamboanga in the island of Mindanao in the year of grace 1931. This classic being invented by monk Antrim in Manila 5 or 6 years before, it had found its way into Moro country, many hundreds of miles to the south. Simple cocktail. Take 2 ounces of cognac. 2 ounces of cognac. Drop it in an ice-filled shaker. I've already put in half an ounce of simple syrup. So half an ounce of simple syrup, 2 ounces of the Hennessy, and 2 ounces of port. I'm using a tawny port, a 10-year tawny port. So 2 ounces of that. Drop that in the shaker and give it a good shake. Wait for it to get cool. And that's about all it takes. And once that's done, pour it off into your cocktail glass. And there you have the Antrim cocktail. Ah, it's so smooth and delicious. The port wine, mixing with the Hennessy. Oh, that's good. That is good stuff. It's like an uber fortified wine. The port's a fortified wine, and then you add the Hennessy, and it's like a super fortified. Oh my gosh. I have to put these bottles like way away from me because that could get out of control. Right. Alrighty. And we have let's see. Johan here says, "Hello, Legal Vices. I'm new. Can you give me an update on the trial?" We will do that. We will get through. We have a couple super chats, then we'll spend the last of the 5 minutes just giving a very, very nutshell update onto this horrific trial. So we do not want to, let's not miss this, people, because we are ready to go starting right now. Okay. First super chat of the day goes to Ike Ivarnes. Hey, hi, Jeff. Thanks for pointing me towards Starkovsky hats. Mine arrived today and it's kept my head warm on a cold night shift. Have a super chat as a thanks. Well, thank you so much. For those of you that don't know, the fisherman's hat, the Polish fisherman boat captain's hat that I wear on Maritime Mondays, that came from Starkovsky hats in Poland. Absolutely great. They're wool hats. They keep you nice and warm. So thank you so much for that. I'm glad you like it. Thank God. I'm glad you like it, that you didn't pay all that money to have it. Oh, this sucks. So thank you so much for that. And Shawnee, Lincoln Kane bringing the heat. Me love you long time, Jeffrey. Hey, me love you long time too, Shani and Lincoln Kane. You guys are awesome. I got to pop on over to your guys' channel soon. Just this trial. I go to work. I take a nap at lunch. I come home from work. I sleep for 3 hours. I do the trial. I take a nap at lunch break. I do the trial. I sleep for 2 hours, and it's lather, rinse, repeat. I don't have a lot of time, but I got to get back over to your channel. You're a huge supporter of the show. We love you so dang much. Shani and Lincoln Kane bringing the Aussie heat. Me love you long time, Jeffrey. And that's a shot right out of the gate. That's the Blantons. We got the Blantons here. We've been doing some Blantons for the high rollers in the crew. So we got the Blantons bourbon. Oh, that's like a double shot. I'm gonna do half of this. Nectar of the gods, that is. Thank you so much for your support. I will get over to your channel really soon. I swear, I promise. You're a good man. You got a great, lovely partner there. So thank you so much. And let me see here. Got to mute that. There we go. And Rick Nikeda bringing the $5 super chat. Why did you travel to Minnesota and cut the power going to the Lawfather's house? Yeah, well, you know, I don't. Is Nick back up and running? I didn't check. I assume the power's been on. I assume the power is back on. Is it? Oh, one way to find out. One way to find out, because Nick, right at the beginning of his stream, he lost power. So that'll stop your show in a heartbeat. Huh. Apparently he is not back. All right. Huh, okay, fine. That works. So, hey, people over from Nick's chat, why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you pop into his locals and let him know that I'm streaming, and they can come and join me until their Lord and Master Nick Rekieta returns. Yeah, right. So, everybody, we're starting here. I didn't travel there, but I should have. Buddhaberry says legal vice is the most disturbing thing to her is that the doctor recovered the left foot from inside the chest cavity. Okay, for those of you that are wanting the update, we need to provide the update here. Let me bring up the court case, the court cam, because they are already in the courtroom, waiting for the jury to come in. So let's see here. We need to add screen and watch live. And my guests will be trickling in as they arise from their angelic like slumbers throughout the day. We should be having Natalie Wisco with us today from the Rittenhouse trial. She is a practicing Wisconsin lawyer, represented Kyle Rittenhouse. She should be here along with the usual rogues gallery. All right, until the jury comes in. Oh, let's not do that. That's very not good. Neither is that. What am I fighting for here? What's the view I want? Well, that's doggo cam. That'll do for a minute. Right. Why not? Let's just. All right, screw it. Let's just do this. Let's do our regular old thing. Or why not? Let's do that. There we go. That's the one I'm looking for right there. All right, what happened was Miss SCHABUSINESS and her boyfriend, mind you, she was married with a less than 1-year-old child at the time all this went down. Her husband was in jail on something else. She had a boyfriend while her husband was in jail, he looks surprisingly like Jeffrey Dahmer in some pictures. We'll try to bring up one of those pictures a little bit later. She has an infatuation with Jeffrey Dahmer, which we're going to talk a lot about today during trial. I heard she got the infatuation with Jeffrey Dahmer. Her husband is in jail. Her son is living with, I believe, somebody's grandparents because she's lost custody due to drug use, et cetera, et cetera. She gets with her boyfriend. They do a cocktail of drugs, marijuana, meth, and allegedly trazodone. But the court yesterday mentioned that trazodone was not found in her system. So that may come into play a little bit later. But so they have this cocktail of drugs. They go back to his parents' house, his mother's house. They go into the basement. They decide they're going to get it on. He puts a dog collar at one of the choke collars around his own neck, and starts choking him. She blacks out. She wakes up. She's still choking him. She decides to continue choking him. She chokes him to death. Then she proceeds to play with his corpse by giving the corpse fellatio, jamming a dildo in his mouth and anus, and playing sexually with his corpse for 3 hours. Then she chops him up in a really gruesome, horrific way, hides body parts around the house, including in her roommate's van, and then she gets caught.
That witness is here.
That's where we are.
In addition, Ms. Danowski is also here from Green Bay PD, who may have more information about technical issues if the court has concerns. But I can address.
No, the dude who testified yesterday was not the boyfriend.
Lieutenant Liberta first.
I would like to do that. So if you could come on up.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Liberta, L-U-B-E-R-D-A.
All right, this is the witness that was on the stand yesterday. They've got a few questions for her about her expertise and whatnot before they bring the jury in. The jury is not in yet. This is all outside the presence of the jury.
We invited you back this morning to ask a few questions. I'm going to afford the attorneys an opportunity to ask those questions, to ask some questions as well. But I was looking at the two exhibits, 99 and 100, that appear to be the extraction reports. And I'm going to hand those to you. Actually, counsel, I don't have copies of those. So she's looking at the originals. Do you have a copy that I can look at while I ask some questions? And then I'm going to give each attorney an opportunity to ask some questions, but I have some specific questions I'm interested in. If they're your only copies, I'll give them back before before you ask your questions. Okay, I'm looking at these reports, and the question that I had for the attorneys is if there's a way to identify when these searches occurred. First of all, and my exhibits are not numbered, I believe.
This judge has a fear of microphones,
the one that says
apparently.
search
So
item 35 in the upper
let's
left corner.
let's boost our volume
is
some more.
Exhibit 99, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as the searches on these forms, everything that I see has a timestamp item in the far left. For example, item number 1, timestamp February 19, 2022. Does that tell me?
All right, I'm just going to talk over him to do an
searched?
audio check to check
Yes.
the levels. So, all right, testing 1, 2, 3. Judge, say something, please. Come on, Judge, say something.
Okay. And each one of those are.
All right, here we go.
Each
Testing
one
the
of
audio
those
level.
search items seems to have one of those timestamp denotions on it. Can you, when I look at a 100, however, I don't see a similar indication as to when these were looked at. And so first of all, as far as Exhibit 100, are these searches or something else?
These are something else.
What are these then?
These are you referencing the actual photographs or are you referencing the information?
Well, that's a good question. First of all, are the photographs affiliated with the information? In other words, you're extracting something and these came from the phone and all the data comes along with the photograph?
They are from phone and affiliated with the search. However, I believe Analyst Danelski will be better able to answer that question for you as far as what's done on Google's end when I wrote the warrant.
Okay. So you're not able to, the question I'm driving towards is, how do we know when these were accessed by the defendant through the defendant's phone? And you're not able to tell me that.
Correct.
Judge, I think I might be able to clarify with a couple of questions. The exhibit that you see in front of you, Exhibit 100, that has those photos, and then they all have a date associated with them. I think of March 8th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is the date after the phone was seized from SCHABUSINESS, correct?
Correct.
Now, that is an extraction report built upon the return that you received from the Google warrant, right?
Correct.
Now, did you also review an extraction report from the phone itself?
Yes.
And when you looked at the extraction report from the phone itself, were you able to find dates that corresponded with the photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And when you looked at the phone itself, what were the dates that corresponded with the photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Was February 6th, February 12th, and February 13th.
And are those consistent with the dates of the searches for information on Jeffrey Dahmer that you saw both in the phone and on the Google warrant?
Yes.
Yeah, she's got a lot of
Do you
pictures of
know
Dahmer,
why
a lot of search for
The
Dahmer.
March 8th,
including things like
2022
Dahmer's
date was
butt.
assigned by Google when you received that from the warrant?
No.
But I just want to confirm that you did two separate searches. One is the phone itself, and then there's a second that is from the Google warrant, correct?
Correct.
And the exhibit that you have in front of you, 100, that's from the Google warrant, not from the phone itself.
Correct.
Mr. Fraley, do you have any questions to voir dire this witness regarding these exhibits?
Well, I asked yesterday for copies, but I don't have them, so I'll have to take a look. Can I look at those?
Sure.
Could I approach you?
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, so like I said, there was a bunch of search terms: Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee. Yeah, and that's what they're talking about. Whether or not they should let these in. The judge is very, very, very inclined to let them in. He basically said he's going to let them in yesterday.
Should I call you Officer Liberta or Miss Liberta?
Miss Luberta is fine. Thank you.
Thank you. This Exhibit 100, it's a extraction report, and it says Google warrant return, correct?
Correct.
And this is information that is directly from Google,
Correct.
and it shows different searches. Is that fair?
Yes.
It's got like a byte size, correct? On it, like the number of bytes.
I would have to look.
And then it's got a modified date on there. Is that fair?
That I know, yes.
And it's got a source file, correct?
I'd have to look at it again.
And then it's got pixel resolution, correct?
I'd have to look at it again.
And these are basically thumbnail pictures or photos.
Nope.
I'd have to
Only
look at
Dahmer.
it again.
Could I approach?
Sure.
Does this channel give relationship advice? Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't stick your dick in crazy. That's always great advice. That's about the only advice I can give.
Okay, I see bytes size.
It's got different categories, correct?
Different categories, yes.
All the things that I just asked you about, is that fair?
Yes.
This, this March 8th, 2022 date, that is the date that the cell phone that is associated with these pictures was seized?
What is the question?
That March 8th, 2022 date, is that the date that's associated with when the phone was seized?
No,
Corresponds with those pictures?
it is not the date that the phone was seized.
Okay. What is that March 8th, 2022 date then? Do you know?
It says it is a modified, and then it has the date.
Okay. Do you know what that means, modified?
No,
I think you said these other dates, February 6th, February 12th, February 13th of 2022. What were those dates?
Oh, you
those are the
search them,
dates that
just
searches
don't
for
have anything
Jeffrey
to do
Dahmer
with them.
Or Jeffrey Dahmer in some way were done.
And is that what's on that Exhibit 100?
No.
Okay. No other questions?
Okay.
The other question.
I do have as an additional exhibit for the court, a report that was generated from the phone itself, which quite clearly shows the date stamp associated with some of these photos, and particularly the date stamp associated with Exhibit 101, which is the large picture that the state intended to address. So I can provide that to the court if it alleviates any concerns regarding the date of that particular photo.
They're going to let all of the memes, all of the Jeffrey Dahmer pictures, all of these searches for Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, and all these other cool things in. And while he's looking through these things, never mind.
Can you read that?
This is the Celebrate report extraction of the device screenshots taken by forensic computer analyst Danelski.
And those are the screenshots that you testified to yesterday that you reviewed when you were doing your analysis of the phone extract itself.
Doing your
correct?
analysis of
Correct.
the phone extract, what?
And in that exhibit, are there a number of photographs depicted of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes,
And those have date stamps associated with them?
yes,
Google, and those are in the Google Photos section of the device, is that right?
correct.
And what is the date stamp associated with the picture of Ms. SCHABUSINESS holding a cell phone photo of Jeffrey Dahmer next to her head and smiling?
Saturday,
Don't do
February
that.
12th, 2022.
Thank you. I have no further questions on that point.
Will the voir dire the witness on that, Mr. Fraley?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense lawyer just can't let things go. He's got to talk every single time, and he has nothing to add, nothing to ask, nothing to
Ms.
cross-examine.
Liberta, does it indicate on this Exhibit 102 extraction report, created 3/2 of 22? Says that, right?
On the bottom, correct.
Okay. It says it on the bottom of page 1, page 2, and page 3. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Oh my God, what was the purpose
Just to
of that?
clarify, 3/2/22 date, is that the date that analyst Danelski created these screenshots?
yes.
Okay, you can sit down.
All right, while she's stepping down for the 1,500 or so of you that are here, right? 1,547 of you that are here now, make sure you hit the like button. Only half of you have done that. Have you get down there and do it.
I think only if the court has concerns on this issue and as a predicate to admitting this testimony, I could call Analyst Danelski if the court wishes.
The court wishes nothing. The court wants to
Yeah, I'd
get
like
through
that
this.
recalled, so.
Oh,
Sure.
wow, okay. All right, they're going to call another witness to voir dire here. And again, while they're doing that, 1,500 of you, 747 likes. Make sure you get down there and hit that like button. Half of you haven't done your job. We should be at 1,552 likes right this second. So while you're doing that, get down there and hit the poll, hit our subscribe, and then take our like and subscribe poll. Today's like and subscribe poll is, what is the most disturbing thing about this trial so far? 1, they peeled his back and cut meat off the bone. 2, there's a complex mixture of DNA on the dildo. She has weird, creepy staring actions, and legal mindset stream keeps sniping us.
Okay, Ms. Danielski, yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you exhibits 99 and 100. I just had a couple of questions
Sure.
for you.
Those are our choices. Take them.
I'm looking at the exhibit, I think it's 100, it's got the thumbnail photos on. And we've been talking a little bit about this exhibit, and it has a date.
And currently on our poll, by the way,
on each image, and that date seems to be in
the number one choice so far on our poll is that the weirdest thing is that she's peeled back and cut the meat off his bone. The number 2 weirdest and most disturbing thing about this trial so far, with 26% of the vote, is legal mindset stream sniping us. So he's coming in as a solid number 2. Literally, legal mindset stream sniping us comes up more than a complex mixture of DNA on the
when they
dildo.
grabbed that preservation and then said, okay, we're going to take a snapshot of this data here and save it. I believe that's when that data is created. I went back and looked at a couple other Google warrant returns that we've had in the past, and it was of similar correlation. So for instance, the preservation was sent and received by Google on the 25th. And then I saw the modified dates on all of the images to be the 29th. So it seems consistent that that would be the date that when Google receives that preservation letter, that's when they're saying, we're going to create a snapshot of all of this data.
Okay. And this data on this exhibit, what is this data? It's not a search on a cell phone, or is it a search on a cell phone? Because I'm contrasting it with exhibit 99, which seems to.
I'm just happy we get to see her again on the stand.
Upper left-hand corner, it says
Sigh,
search
admiring
items.
God's handiwork, no simping allowed.
See what it says?
We're not simping,
Yes.
we're just admiring
So-
a fine specimen of the female
It doesn't say that.
creature.
So what is this?
So the one on the left, the search items, those are going to be Google search terms. And then the one on the right, data files, those would be images that would be under the Google Photos application. Both of these can be cloud-based, where data can be on the phone and in these applications as well. So if you were to log into a certain Google account, you could access these images from a computer as well. So
The fact that it's showing up on this report, what is that telling us about this information?
So this is telling you this is what was associated and within that Google account when Detective Liberta created that or sent that preservation letter. And the Google account can be accessed via the phone. A lot of times the data from the phone will be automatically backed up and synced to these applications. So if you're on Google and you're searching, where is Starbucks? That could go onto the cloud and translate to that as well.
So this report then does affiliate with something that was searched.
Yes.
Okay. So why does one report indicate that it's searched items? That's exhibit 99, but 100 doesn't indicate that it's searched items.
So it's just different types of data. So the searched items would be like Googling where is Starbucks on the Google application, the Google search application, where the data files would be something like if you were to be searching on Google and save a file or download a file or take a picture on your phone, and then that's backed up and synced to the Google Photos application.
Okay, so it's something else going on the phone other than searching.
Yes.
And would there be any way to determine when that activity occurred by looking at exhibit 100? So if I look at item 1, Is there any way to determine when the phone performed a function that registered this piece of data in it?
It can, yes. So if you were to look at the photos app, the regular photos gallery on the phone, under the images from the phone extraction, so not the Facebook or the Google, I'm sorry, the Google warrant return, it would show a lot of these images as well, because a lot of images saved in the phone's gallery that comes installed with the device get backed up and synced to this Google Photos application. So a lot of these thumbnails and photos you're seeing here would also be in the regular gallery on the phone, which you could see going through the phone extraction.
Okay. Is there any way for me to tell from this phone whether this data was collected by this phone, say, in 2022 or in 2015?
Yes, some should have associated dates and times with them. I was looking, and some of the pictures of similar nature did have some download dates and times associated with them, which I believe were from February of 2022, which would be consistent with some of these search dates and times on the Exhibit 99.
Sure. Let me be more direct. This exhibit that the state is offering me, I want to make sure, if I receive it, that there's some correlation in time between the events in this case and the events on this sheet. And by looking at this sheet, I can't figure that out. Can you tell me whether looking at this sheet, I should be able to figure that out or not?
Not usually by looking at the sheet. We'd have to look at the original phone extraction and find some of these duplicate or similar images, and then compare them and see the dates and times in the original phone extraction. I can't speak to Google and their servers and data after that preservation has been sent to them. So I can't say with 100% certainty what that modified time is on this form. That would be for them to speak to. I can say that the zip file we received from Google, the dates and times from that zip file are matched and were correctly parsed by my program. So it wasn't my program that edited and added in these dates and times. This is what Google sent us. So the best way to decide the dates and times for these images would be to either look at the captured screenshots that I took from the original phone extraction, or to go through the images from the original phone extraction.
I'm not so concerned necessarily with the March 8th date, because that was after the phone was seized. That was after the events that occurred in this case. And every single item on this form has that same date. It would seem, as a result, that that was some kind of recording date that was done when you received these. My concern is whether or not there's any way to pinpoint.
That heavy breathing is coming from someone in the court, not me. Just for the record.
Looking at this exhibit 100, there's absolutely no way you can tell that.
Correct. We would have to look at the phone extraction and compare the pictures with dates and times.
Okay, I'm going to let the other attorneys ask some questions. Mr. Lizette.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask any questions on that exhibit. I guess I would ask, could you see Exhibit 102? And Ms. Danowski, after you've reviewed 102, I would ask if you could identify what that is.
This would be a report created from my device screenshots that I took from the original phone extraction.
So whereas the previous Exhibit 100 is from the Google warrant, this extraction is from, or this report is from the extraction of the device itself, correct?
Yes, these were taken after the phone extraction completed successfully, and then I manually navigated the phone.
Oh, she can manually navigate somebody else, not me, because that would be
simping.
simple.
This report allow you to associate a specific date with the photographs that are depicted in that report.
Yes.
And what date is that based on your review of that report and your review of the extraction of the phone?
This one is showing Saturday, February 12th, 2022, and that will correlate with the images below that date.
So, Your Honor, what I would propose, frankly, is that the state withdraw 100 and instead admit 102, which I think more clearly allows us to associate a date with the particular photos, and more specifically, the photo that's depicted in 101 that the state also wishes to submit.
Okay. So my understanding is the state is no longer offering 100.
not 100. We would want 99. I think the dates on those searches is still accurate.
Mr. Freilich, you have an opportunity now to voir dire this witness if you'd like. She's not necessarily being recalled, which is a bit odd. She's already testified.
Right.
On the other hand, it might offer someone an idea that they want to call her at some point in rebuttal or in some other fashion. But when you voir dire the witness, I just want to indicate to you, you don't need to focus on 100 because they're not even offering it anymore. Okay?
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Janowski, referring your attention to Exhibit 102, it's a 3-page extraction report, correct?
It is, yes.
And on each of the pages, it says created date, and that's 3/2/22. Is that fair?
Yes, that would be when I captured the screenshots.
And these are just basically shots off the internet. Is that fair?
These are screenshots taken from the Google Photos application that was installed on the phone.
Okay. There's a date, at least on the first page, that says Saturday, February 12th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then on the last page, it says Saturday, December 18th, but it doesn't have a year. Is that fair?
yes.
So are these different pictures from different time periods?
Nicholas Starov bringing the love.
So the
and homage.
date correlation would
Pay
be, so
respect
the
to
first
the
one,
law
Saturday,
rack.
February 12th, 2022, you would start looking at everything underneath that belonging to that date and time. And I take screenshots in chronological order, and I always try to include the image above and below just to make sure there isn't any way to say that images were skipped or passed over. So you'd want to follow along chronologically, that any image that is after the one on page 1 that goes to page 2, which then goes to page 3, would all be under Saturday, February 12th, 2022. I'd have to see the screenshot below the December one to make a decision on that one, but from the ones I'm seeing, these would all be under the February 12th date.
But the last page, you would agree, it does say Saturday, December 18th, correct?
It does, yes.
Okay. And these are pictures where? In the Google Photos of this phone, or where were these pictures found?
These were located in the Google Photos application. Photos can be added to that application in many ways. A lot of times there's a regular gallery that's on a phone. And when you take pictures or you download pictures from the internet and save them to your gallery, they're later backed up and synced to the Google Photos application. So likely these photos at some point were on the gallery of the phone, or they could be added by logging into this account on a computer and then adding them that way, but they still would be synced with this phone.
Yes, people, make sure you are not sending your pictures to the cloud.
Could have been downloaded.
Don't send your pictures to the cloud.
Google
Turn
Photos
that
app
function the
on
fuck
all different
off.
dates.
Usually the Google Photos application is going to take the same date that that photo was captured. So that photo was likely captured Saturday, February 12th, 2022. It's just going to grab that date from the gallery and bring it right in with Google Photos.
But you don't know 100% when these photos were downloaded. Is that fair?
We would have to click on that photo and click information, and then it would give the exact date and time that photo was taken, or we could look in the original phone extraction under the regular images tab, which would be associated with the phone's gallery.
But as you
I'm
sit
gonna bump
here
her
today,
volume back a little bit.
these
She actually
photos,
knows how to
exhibit
use a
102,
microphone.
102,
God bless her.
you don't
soul.
know what date these photos were downloaded and put into the Google app application, correct? Is that fair?
I would say the pictures were taken on Saturday, February 12th, 2022, or saved at that date or time.
How do you know that?
Because that's how Google Photos associates dates and times with pictures and images.
Can you say that 100%?
Very certain, yes. In my experience when looking at this application, it's been very consistent.
Do you have any trouble with the fact that this exhibit 102 has February 12th and December 18th, 2 different dates?
No, so that likely was the order that the other pictures were placed onto the phone. So that there could have been a time lapse of when the phone wasn't being used or when photos weren't being taken or added to the Google device. The phone usually has to be connected to Wi-Fi at some point for this backup and sync to occur. So maybe the phone wasn't connecting to the internet at any point or the Wi-Fi for that to happen. I can't say for sure without looking at the phone.
And in your occupation as a forensic analyst, you see all kinds of searches. People search for bizarre things for shock value. Is that fair?
I'm going to object. I think this is beyond the scope of what we're trying to accomplish here this morning prior to the jury being present.
I'll withdraw it.
Right.
Nothing further.
Any other questions from the state?
Not for the witness. No.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Anything else? You wanted-
Just to clarify, I think what I would ask to do, Your Honor, is recall Ms. Luberta when we come forward. I have very brief questions for her regarding these issues. I don't intend to go into depth regarding these photos. I think we simply want to put in the fact that the searches were made and the photos exist. I would ask to briefly recall Analyst Danelski after Ms. Luberta, just to clarify the technical aspects of it, if Attorney Freilich has those specific questions, because she's going to be in a better position to answer those questions.
Okay. Any objection to that, Mr. Cole?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because these witnesses have already been called and now they're going to be called again.
Well,
I guess if he doesn't cross on those points, I'm not concerned, but if he starts crossing on points that raise the technical issues, then I want to be able to recall her to answer those questions.
well, we'll see where the testimony leads, and then I will address that issue. Just to run through again, I've had the opportunity now to look at the exhibits that are being offered.
All right, here comes
And that's
decision time.
Specifically 99 and 101. 100 has been withdrawn. I think yesterday I addressed some of the issues. I've had a chance overnight to frankly review the elements of the offense that the state has to prove, just in thinking through this issue. And one of those elements, of course, regarding homicide is an intent element. That's element number 2 on the homicide. And then if you look at the jury instruction, it explains to the jury what they can look at. It certainly indicates that the jury cannot look into a person's mind to find intent. Intent to kill must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent. The second count, the mutilating a corpse, that has an intent element with it. But in reviewing what's being offered, particularly Exhibit 99 and then 100, I've indicated that items 1 through 9, I don't believe are, I'm not going to allow those to be referenced. If this were to go to the jury, I would want those redacted because I don't think those types of references are such that their probative value outweighs the prejudicial effect.
I believe those are the
On the other
references
hand,
to things
the,
like flaming
items
pentagrams
10
and Satan,
through
satanic Bible.
35 relate to Jeffrey Dahmer, and
Yeah.
you know the circumstances of the events of Jeffrey Dahmer's homicides are frankly conventional wisdom, not just in Wisconsin, although particularly here, but other places. And people are familiar with the nature of, of what occurred in that case. The events, now having listened to some of the events, particularly from the coroner, about the events of this case, there's similarities. And while the court has to be cognizant of issues relating to prior bad acts, that's not what this relates to. This relates to someone's demonstrating an interest in these, and there's numerous searches. So I'm looking at 10 through 35, and all of those relate to Jeffrey Dahmer. And I think that's relevant. Relevance essentially Relevant evidence means evidence having a tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. And I think this really goes to that intent element. The state referenced that. I also referenced yesterday the concept of motive. And while the state doesn't have to prove that, that kind of evidence often comes in. I'm satisfied for those reasons that this report is relevant to the extent that I haven't redacted it. 101, I'm also satisfied that my findings yesterday, as well as the additional findings I made today, remain the same. I'm going to allow that to be admitted. We've now voir dired these two witnesses, and I think the status of the case is such that we would bring the jury out and have Lieutenant Libera come back to the witness stand, because that's where she was when they left. Anything before we bring the jury in? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Then we'll bring the jury in.
All right, well, the jury's coming in. We got one super chat from Nicholas Staroff, Trial Watch Grift. Every Sunday on my Rumble, Nick Staroff, Trial Watch, Serial Killer Sunday, the trial of Jeffrey Dahmer. See you in the afternoon session. He will be here in the afternoon when he finishes his deal. Rose says you should release the hounds, Vices. Well, we haven't unlocked that achievement yet. Another couple super chats that'll unlock the achievement. Then we will do that. But in the meantime, if you keep asking, the only thing you're going to get for the release the hounds is Shad Therian in a choke collar, and you don't want that. So send the super chats and we'll release the dogs. Random Killer 563 says, Legal Vices, how common is it for judges to question witnesses like this during mid-trial? It's not that uncommon at all. He just wants to be sure that the evidence he's letting in is more probative than prejudicial. Eric Foam says, didn't they already have the sanity trial? No, they had a hearing to determine whether she is fit to stand trial, whether she's competent to stand trial. They determined that she's competent to stand trial. Now they're having a factual. This is phase one fact. Did she commit the murder? If the jury determines she committed the murder, then they're going to determine, was she clinically insane at the time she committed the murder.
I hope you had a pleasant evening. We are ready.
And her
for
searches
day 3
suggest
of the
insanity
trial.
more than intent. No, it's saying intent. She's had this lifelong fascination with Jeffrey Dahmer. She's searching him. She's patterning her life after him. That's their implications. All right, let's go. Get them super chats. We're rocking and rolling
again here in front of the jury.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta, Luber, D's and David A's and Adam.
Okay, Mr. Lizette.
Ms. Liberta, I believe yesterday we discontinued when you were discussing your analysis of Ms. Schabusines' phone and then a subsequent Google warrant obtaining the data from the phone. Can you explain the two different searches that you did on the phone and then on the Google warrant?
Sure. The first search I did of the phone, the cell phone device itself, was done on March 2nd. And that was just the contents of the phone. And then in discussing it with computer forensic analyst Danowski, she suggested that an additional warrant could be done for further information regarding the email addresses, the Gmail addresses that were connected to the phone. And that would have been a whole separate warrant and a separate search.
And when you were reviewing the phone itself, the extraction of the phone itself on March 2nd of 2022, did you note any searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
Was there one? Was there more than one? How many?
24 total searches, such things like Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court all sexy.
And did you subsequently look for that same type of information when you reviewed the warrant return from Google?
Yes.
And did you find essentially corroborating or similar information when you reviewed the Google search warrant data?
Yes, they were similar.
And Your Honor, is Exhibit 99 available?
Oh no, she did. She had a huge infatuation with him throughout her life, and that's what they're doing for her. She became so infatuated with him.
And Ms. Liberta, what is Exhibit
her
99?
life after. She wanted to experience the thrill he did.
Celebrate extraction report from the Google warrant return.
That's what they're saying.
What is contained
That's what they're
in
going for.
that exhibit?
Searched items.
And I would draw your attention specifically to items 10 through 35 on that. Are they numbered? Is that correct?
Yes.
And items 10 through 35, generally what is contained within those numbered items.
The searches that I had referenced earlier, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court, Jeffrey Dahmer walking in all sexy in court.
And is that an extraction report consistent with reports you've generated in the past or that you've seen generated in the past using this Cellbrite software?
Yes.
Your Honor, then I would move for the admission of Exhibit 99.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, there were objections, but
Yeah.
those were noted, and I'm
Yes.
going to receive 99.
Yes, there were objections, but the court already ruled on that.
Then, Ms. Luberta, did you also, on March 2nd of 2022, when you were looking at the device extraction, did you do a search of photos on the defendant's phone?
I did a search of the device screenshots.
And what are the device screenshots?
So the device screenshots are screenshots taken by Analyst Danelski of the photos contained in the Google Drive of the device.
And are those photos that she manually took herself based on the photos that were on the Google Drive of the phone?
Yes.
And did you review those screenshots?
Yes, I did.
And did you likewise see any photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
Was there one, more than one?
Yes, there was more than one, approximately 10, 12, maybe more.
And did those have a date associated with them?
Yes, they did.
What were those dates or date?
The date that I remember is February 12th, 2022.
And are those consistent with the dates of the searches that are referenced earlier in the Exhibit 99?
Yes.
Is Exhibit 102 available for the witness?
All right, well, she's
Ms.
looking at, we got
What is Exhibit 102?
1,468 people here, and
This is a
10, we've
Cellbrite
got over
extraction
1,000
report
likes. That's
of
awesome.
the
Thank you so much, people.
Screenshots taken by forensic analyst Danelski.
So this is a report from the device itself, is that correct?
Correct.
And does 102 depict the photographs of Dahmer that we had just discussed?
Yes.
Does it also contain photographs of Ms. SCHABUSINESS?
Yes.
What is she doing in the photographs that are depicted in that report?
She's got a cell phone next to her head. There's a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the screen of the cell phone, and she's taking a selfie with it and smiling like they're taking a selfie together.
And what is the date of that photograph?
That was February 12th, 2022.
And is Exhibit 101 available for the witness? Ms. Luberto, what is depicted in Exhibit 101?
The photograph I just described.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of 101 and 102, and I would ask for permission to publish 101.
Same objections as before, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to receive 101, 102, and you can publish to the jury.
Well, we're going to be seeing her interrogation video a little bit later, I hope today, which is one of the questions here. Ollie Wrights, who's been a member for 5 months of the Clean and Sober Crew, says, missed yesterday afternoon. Has interrogation been played? No, I'm hoping it'll be played today. There's a possibility it'll be played today. And Psychosis 29 has been a member for 1 month of the Bent Halos and Broken Wings level. Thank you so much for your support. And again, thank you all to all of you that hit that like button. We've got 1,462 current viewers and over 1,000 likes. That's a great ratio. Thank you so much. Hit that subscribe button too as we march towards 60,000. And Chandler Remington has checked in. She
Ms.
will be here in about an
Luberta,
hour.
is the screen now depicting
Lawtube
Exhibit
Sean, he
101.
might be here,
Yes.
potentially
And that's the
criminal. We'll be here in a
photograph
little
from
bit.
Mr. Business's Google Photos from February 12th of 2022.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions of the witness.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Ms. Liberta, you had talked to Taylor Schabusiness, correct? Did you talk to her?
No,
Yeah, Dahmer.
You
only-
found out that Detective Groff had spoken to her, correct?
correct.
And did you find that, did you find out that Ms. Schabusiness said that she was only able to
I'm
utilize
going to
her?
object, Your Honor. He's asking for hearsay information. He's not allowed to admit statements of the defendant through a witness. Only the state can elicit those things. And this witness
Yes.
also did not speak with Ms. Schabusiness herself.
I withdraw.
Her birth name is Coronado. She
Did
changed
you find
Coronado
that
to Schabusiness
a
in
large
2017
portion
or
of the data from
2018.
this cell phone from Ms. Schabusiness was stored on the cloud?
No,
Did you put that in your report?
I don't recall.
This picture when you were working as a police officer, you would see various images and photos on all kinds of people's phones, correct?
Correct.
People search and look at odd, bizarre things, correct?
Correct.
And based on your training and experience, people look at things for shock value sometimes. Is that fair?
I don't know if I
Speculation.
can answer that question. Maybe.
But it doesn't matter.
This photograph in Exhibit 102 is basically a close-up picture of Ms. Schabusiness with a phone right by her, correct?
Correct.
You don't see any knives, you don't see any weapons, you don't see anything, correct?
Well, you see a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone.
But besides that, you don't see anything else, correct?
Besides the
And
picture of
can
Jeffrey
you
Dahmer,
say
you
that
don't
this
see
photo
anything
was
else on her
actually
phone.
taken on Saturday, February 12th of 2022?
Yes.
These, did you see those other photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer and the other exhibits?
Yes.
Do you know when those photos were either downloaded or sent to the cloud?
I do not.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down.
All right, that's it. We got those. We got the pictures of Dahmer and everything like that in the search.
State's next
The
witness.
search for Dahmer's
The next
butt,
witness would
things
be
like
a
that.
statutory crime victim, just for the media.
Okay, I just indicate to the media and they're acknowledging that the victim will not be shown on live stream.
Ooh, we have some
I just want to
statutory
clarify, the other
crime
media,
victim.
it needs to be notified too. It's not just live streaming, any other method of showing them anywhere is prohibited. Go ahead.
The state calls Michael Theory.
Michael Theory, and so this is probably the victim's brother, who's apparently been a victim of a statutory crime. Ugh.
So help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Michael B. Therian.
Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Therian, how old are you?
60.
And
Oh.
do you live in the Green Bay area?
Yes, I
Interesting.
do.
Did you have a son named Chad?
Yes.
And
Oh, it's
is
his
he
father. Oh my
now
God.
Passed?
Yes.
How old was Chad when he passed?
24, 25.
Okay.
Not a
Mike,
good
I
look
want to
if
ask
you don't
you
know how
about
how old your son
Monday,
was when he died.
February 21st of 2022. Do you remember the day I'm talking about?
Yes.
On that date, was Shad at your residence?
Yes, he was.
Was that a residence that is in Green Bay?
Yes.
And at some point, did Shad get picked up by his mother?
I believe somebody came and picked him up.
Okay. And then I guess he left your home.
Yes.
Later in the evening, did Shad return?
Yes.
Was anyone with him?
Taylor.
And do you know who Taylor is?
Yes.
How do you know Taylor?
She's been at my place on half a dozen occasions.
And I guess what was Taylor's relationship with Shad, to your knowledge?
They were friends from middle school and high school.
So there have been previous. I'm sorry.
That was my understanding. They were friends from.
And you mentioned there were previous times she was at your home,
Yes.
and you've had the occasion to speak with her.
Yes.
About what time of night did Shad and Taylor get to your home?
9 o'clock, 9 p.m. or so.
Was anyone else with them?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
AJ?
So the three of them arrived. Did you see how they arrived to your home?
No, I didn't.
How long were they there?
Short time, and then they left.
Short time. Are you able to approximate how long?
15 minutes, and then they left, and Shad and just Taylor came back.
So they came back for a little bit of time,
Yes.
and then did they leave again at some point?
Yes. And they said they were going over to Terrace.
So when was that second time that Taylor and Shad came back?
It wasn't long after they left. I'm going to say within 45 minutes.
During that second time that Taylor came to your home on February 21st, did you also have the chance to interact with her during that time period?
Small talk.
What was the nature of that small talk?
They were just they were looking for something. They were on some mission. I don't know. I was preoccupied with other things, and I don't even really remember what the small talk. Just asking.
Okay. Did you have the chance to kind of see Taylor's demeanor and how she was acting?
Yes.
Could you describe what you observed?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Just the way she was. She wasn't real speakative. Didn't talk a lot, but she was polite and respectful and always kind.
Was that sort of consistent with the prior occasions that you had contact with her?
Yes.
And then after they left, I guess that second time, did you see Shad again after that point?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Mike. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich?
Okay.
Mr. Therian, you live in Green Bay, correct?
Yes.
And your son, Shad Therian, was living with you in February of 2022?
Yes.
He stayed primarily with you, but sometimes he would go over to his mother's house on Stony Brook Lane. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Your son knew Taylor SCHABUSINESS. They were friends, correct?
Yes.
They went to middle school together.
Yes.
They went to high school together at Bayport.
Yes.
On this particular date, Monday, February 21st of 2022, your son was at home
Yes.
initially, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, someone came to pick him up, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what time that was, sir? Like morning, afternoon?
I don't. I thought he left with Taylor and AJ.
Okay. And so they all three of them they left together?
Yes.
Hey, AJ was the guy in the
And
red
then,
shirt yesterday that was like drugged out of his gourd. I don't know. I don't
How
remember.
long were they gone before they came back to your
dated.
house?
I wanted to smash that kind of
Wasn't
that dude.
long, half hour, 45 minutes, something like that.
Okay.
I don't know. It wasn't long enough. I don't really recall. It's been a while.
That's fair.
They did come back, just Taylor and Shad.
Okay. When they came back, did they get something to eat? Did they watch TV? Do you remember?
No, they said they were going back. They said they were going by Tara's house.
And do you know what time they left your house to go over there?
I want to say 10:30. Maybe not even that. I'm not sure.
Are you talking AM or PM?
PM.
And then at some point, is it your testimony that they came back again?
Yeah, that's when they left again. They left at they were there at 9, and then they left for a little while, and then they came back, and then they left over to Terrace, and it was just her, Shad, and Taylor.
Okay. When you saw Taylor SCHABUSINESS on either occasion, did you talk with her about anything?
Just small talk.
Did she appear to be acting odd or bizarre?
No.
How about Shad?
No.
You said they were on a mission. Do you know, what do you mean by that?
I don't know. They just seemed like they were talking about, going somewhere or doing something, and I'm not really sure what was going on. I was preoccupied, and then they he left shortly.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can step down.
It's a maritime court. Oh my God.
Next witness.
State calls Detective Kevin Kemp.
Grounds, jurisdiction of the state of Wisconsin in the courtroom, and all the other Darrell Brooks jokes you can think of. For the pupper, says Iowa, we've released the dogs. The hounds have been released already. Thank you so much for that generous support and helping us get to that goal. Enchiladas Unbreaded, thank you, Vices, for your time. Hey, that's what I'm here for. Thank you, Enchiladas Unbreaded, for the super chat. And Marv White, who released the hounds
Okay, you
with a
just step
$2
up
super
right
chat.
over here.
Nice
Back
viewer
up and
like
turn
ratio,
your face
Cowboy.
down,
Hit that
place
like.
you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth,
And
the whole
Ella
truth,
Cole,
and
due to my
nothing but
lack
the
of
truth,
impulse
and nothing
control,
but the
Jeffrey
truth, so
Dahmer's
help you
butt
God.
is now in my
Please have a
Google
seat and
searches.
state your name
If I
for
ever
the
end up
record.
on trial, please be a G and explain why on the witness stand.
Kevin Kemp,
We'll do it.
Kevin, Kempf as in Frank.
We will do
Mr.
it.
Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed by the city of Green Bay as a member of the Green Bay Police Department.
And do you have a current assignment with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm currently assigned detectives,
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
just over 27 years.
And how long have you been assigned specifically to the detective division?
Currently since 2017.
Detective, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Did you become involved in a investigation of the death of Shad Therian?
Yes.
And I guess generally, what was your involvement in the case?
My involvement in the case was to assist Detective Groff in an interview.
And who did you interview?
We would have interviewed Taylor SCHABUSINESS.
And for the record, do you see the person you know to be Taylor SCHABUSINESS in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point out where that person's sitting and what they're wearing?
She would be sitting 2 to your left. She's wearing a black suit coat with a multicolored shirt.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant.
It will
Yeah,
still
she changes
reflect.
her shirt every break for some
Prior,
weird reason. At least she did yesterday.
To the interview of Ms. SCHABUSINESS, did you have the occasion to view her physical appearance?
Yes, I did.
Did you note any potential cuts or injuries to her?
Yes, I noted a cut to her left thumb and some superficial cuts to her hands.
And is that something that you subsequently documented in some way?
Yes, when I took photos of her, I also made sure I documented the cuts on her hands.
Yeah. With the work that she did on that corpse, I'm surprised she only had a few minor cuts on her hands. She went to butcher town on that body. And go back yesterday and watch the afternoon session where they drew the diagrams of the shit she did to that body. Holy crap. She peeled the skin off his back. She on his femurs, she literally just deboned him, just cut the meat off his bones. She put his foot inside of his chest cavity. It was rough testimony. You know how they have the coroners or the medical examiners diagrams of a human body, and then they mark all of the injuries or the wounds to the body. It just looked like he just kind of blacked the whole thing out. The entire body was just peeled, shaved, cut, amputated, stuffed places. It was pretty rough testimony. No, Mrs. K. Griff, that's not going to happen. Oh, it is day 3. Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you so much. Let me correct that.
103 through 106. I'll ask if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And what do you believe those to be?
These would be photographs that I took of Ms. SCHABUSINESS's hands.
And those appear to depict Ms. SCHABUSINESS's hands as you observed them in the interview room on February 23rd.
Yes.
And when on February 23rd would this contact have occurred? When did you begin the interview?
I believe I took the photos at approximately 6 a.m. and I think the interview started at about 6:30 a.m.
All right, so this was before the interview.
Yes.
All right, I'd move 103 through 107.
Any objection?
No.
103
Six.
through 107 will be removed.
Sorry, Judge, 106.
106.
And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
You can publish 103 to 106.
Okay, and then it'll be in front of you, but also behind you, whatever's easiest here. So are we observing photograph 103 at this point?
Yes, you are.
Okay, and what does this depict?
This would be her left hand. There was a superficial cut in the palm below the thumb. And then you can see the cut on the thumb partially from a side view.
And then exhibit 104, is that what we're looking at now?
Yes, it would be. That would be her right hand and a superficial cut in the palm of her hand.
And then 105,
This would be the cut on her thumb, her left hand thumb.
and then 106.
106 is kind of a superficial cut on the index finger of the left hand.
Okay, not
And
bleeding.
then at some point during the interview was Mr. Business transported for medical care with respect to the thumb?
Yes, when she requested medical care, she was transported to the hospital. Before that, she declined.
Okay, and did you accompany her during that visit?
Yes, I did.
And I guess, was there an attempt to have maybe the injury stitched up in some way?
Yes, we brought her up to get stitches or get medical treatment, whatever they felt was necessary.
And was that done ultimately?
She did receive medical treatment, but they did not give stitches due to the time.
What do you mean by that?
Apparently it is, if it's outside the 8 or 12 hour frame, the stitches can't be put in, it doesn't work.
And you had contact with Mr. Business about 6 a.m., you
She's
said?
probably got a cool
Yes,
scar on the
that's about
thumb
when I
now.
started taking the photos.
When you, I guess, first encountered Mr. Business and were taking those photographs, what kind of clothing was she wearing?
At that point, she had like a black spaghetti strap top, I believe, on, and some black leggings, more tighter spandex, I guess.
And were her clothing items subsequently collected by law enforcement?
Yes, they did an initial collection of the outside clothing, and then I also had those items of clothing collected from her.
Okay. And I guess was a female officer involved in collecting the inner clothing items?
Yeah, when the clothing is collected, she's actually removed from the interview room to a room where it's not recorded, and a member of the same sex would be with them when the items are collected.
And was that done in this case?
Yes,
And then the clothing items that were, I guess, collected from Mission Business, were those subsequently entered into evidence?
yes, they would have been entered into evidence.
And that include the sweatpants or leggings or pants material that you talked about?
Yes.
After those photographs of Mission Business, did you participate in the interview of Mission Business?
Yes, I did.
And which other officer was with you?
Detective Groff.
During the course of the interview, did both of you sort of interject at some points and ask questions?
Yes.
Have you had the chance to review that February 23rd interview of Mission Business?
Yes, I have.
And that appeared to be fairly and accurately and consistent with your interview, as you recall it, of the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning, Detective Kemp.
Morning.
So on February 23rd of 2022, you were contacted by the lieutenant at about 4:13 a.m. to come and assist. Is that true?
Yes, that'd be approximate time.
Were you told to go over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
No, I was requested to come to the station, that we were all going to meet at the station at that point.
And from the station, then you went to the house?
No, when I initially arrived at the station, I was asked to assist in interviews.
Did you go to the home at all on that particular day?
It would have been later that day that I would have went to the home.
You went to the home after the interview was taken?
Yes.
Tell me when you got to the station, kind of like what occurred, what were the events that happened until you got into the interview room?
All right, I think we're gonna get the interview this morning. We're gonna get
Basically,
the
as I'm
interrogation this
coming
morning.
in,
I think, I
called
hope,
one
I
of
hope, I
the
hope.
Supervisors to try to get a quick briefing, try to get some more additional information. When we arrive at the station, they give us a briefing of what is known at that time, and then job assignments are given out by our supervisors, and they ask us to do what needs to get done, and they start formulating a plan on how to go about the scene.
And what was your job assignment?
My job assignment was to assist in interviews.
Was it to assist Detective Ruff?
With Taylor Shabusiness, yes.
So when you got to the Green Bay Police Department or the station, was she there already?
She came in, I believe, about 5:30. She was brought into the interview room.
AM?
Yes.
And was there some things that had to be done before you started talking to her? Like taking pictures and things like that?
I believe patrol did snap some initial photographs, and like I indicated, I believe they took initially her outer clothing items.
Okay. And then she was put into a suit?
That would have been after I took my photos. I took additional photos.
Okay.
And then she was, when we collected the inner clothing, because we were taking all of her clothing, she was placed into some type of clothing that we had, which was basically a Tyvek suit at that time.
Okay. It was early in the morning. Did Taylor Shabusiness appear to be tired?
She appeared to be no more tired than I was. I mean, she was able to talk, able to speak to me, understand.
How about her eyes? Did they appear to be odd, like where she was having difficulty seeing?
I wouldn't say that she had a hard time seeing. It didn't seem like that.
She have any slurred speech?
Not that I noticed.
When she was talking, was she making sense?
Yes, she was able to hold a conversation and answer questions and seemed to be coherent about what was being said and asked.
Was she calm?
Was she calm?
Yes.
Yes.
So then at some point, Detective Groff took some swabs, correct?
Yes, we would have swabbed her hands shortly after the photos were taken because there was some discoloration on her hands that appeared as it could be blood, so we decided to swab the hands.
And Mr. Saunders asked you about those exhibits 103 through 106. Ms. Shabusiness did have cuts on her hands, palms, and thumbs, correct?
Yes.
And the substance that was on her hands, you don't know where that came from, if it came from the cuts or something else, correct?
I do not know, no.
Okay. And then you and Detective Groff proceeded with your interview of Ms. Shabusiness, is that fair?
Yes.
Then at some point you took a break, correct?
There were several breaks taken during the interview.
But then there was a break where you had her go to St. Vincent's Hospital in Green Bay for some medical treatment of these cuts, correct?
Yes, I believe that was around 9:30 a.m. approximately. It was about 3 hours after the interview started, give or take a little bit.
So 3 hours later, approximately?
Yes, is when she asked for medical attention.
Did you accompany her to the hospital, or how did that work?
Yes, we had a MARC squad transport her up there. I rode up with her in the MARC squad, was in the room or just outside the room at points because I had to step out when they were changing her. And then when she was transported back, she was placed back in that MARC squad, and I rode back in that MARC squad with her.
Was Detective Groff with you when you went over to the St. Vincent's Hospital?
No,
You took her by yourself?
no, it would have been myself and another officer.
Okay. What time did you arrive back at the Green Bay Police Department?
I believe it was about an hour or 70 minutes later, off the top of my head.
Maybe around 10:30 or so?
10:30, 10:40.
And then you proceeded with further interview?
There was additional interview done.
Right?
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Detective Groff.
Forward. Clerk will swear you.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your
It's
name.
like little
for the
Germany Kempf. Grop.
David Groff, Graf.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Lezay.
Detective
He looks like
Groff,
a young Henry
how are you
Kissinger.
employed?
Weird.
I'm a detective with the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Green Bay Police Department?
I've been with Green Bay for 27 years.
Do you have law enforcement experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I do. I have 30 years of total law enforcement experience.
And what is your current role with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm an investigator detective in the investigative division.
And how long have you been a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
17 years.
And what were some of your other job duties with the Green Bay Police Department prior to working with the detective division?
I was a patrol officer for approximately 14 years. As part of my 17 years in the investigative division, I was also a narcotics investigator with the Brown County Task Force for 2 years. And since then, coming back in 2010, I've been a detective.
Were you working as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes,
Were you called in to investigate a suspected homicide of Shad Therian?
correct.
And what was your role in that investigation at the outset?
My initial roles was to arrive at the police department and received a briefing of what was going on. And I was informed that some family members of Mr. Therian were at the police department. I was asked to interview Tara Pakinich.
And did you conduct that interview?
I did.
What was the purpose of having that interview?
Get some basic information as to observations that she had made when she had last had contact with her son, who was on the residence, and basic information.
And once you completed your discussion with Tara, then what did you do?
I was then informed that Taylor SCHABUSINESS was now present at the police department. I was asked to interview her.
And that interview, was that on the morning of February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
Is that an interview that was conducted in a recorded interview room at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did the recording devices work? Is everything operating well?
They did.
Subsequently, have you had an opportunity to review the recorded interview of Taylor SCHABUSINESS that occurred at the police department on February 23rd of 2022?
I have.
And do you believe that the recording of that interview accurately reflects your conversation with Ms. SCHABUSINESS on that date?
It does.
And who was present during the interview with you?
Detective Kevin Kemp.
Was Ms. SCHABUSINESS Mirandized prior to the substantive portions of the interview?
Yes.
Prior to moving into substantive questions with Ms. SCHABUSINESS, did you make any physical observations of her?
Yes, I observed that she was wearing a tank top and some sweatpants that had dark colored, dark red substances on her, on the clothing that I was told by patrol that they thought could be human blood, as well as some minor staining on her hands.
Yeah, and what did you do prior to interviewing her with respect to the clothing items and the staining on the hands?
I had the clothing items collected by female officer, Officer Whitman, with the Green Bay Police Department. And I also took what we call buckle standard from Ms. SCHABUSINESS using a buckle standard kit. And then I also took swabs of both her left hand and her right hand.
Could you describe the process that you used in collecting the buckle swab?
Yes, we have a kit that we use that contains 2 sterile swabs and some packaging material. So the kit is open. The swabs are used on one swab on one side of the cheek, one swab on the other side of the inside of the cheek, because that's where the buccal cells are located. Then the swabs are both placed into the packaging, labeled and sealed.
And is that something that you have done routinely in the past through your work as a detective at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Did you follow your training and the department protocols with respect to the collection of that buccal swab?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what you did in terms of swabbing Ms. Schabusiness's hands?
Yes. I used, again, sterile swabs and basically 2 swabs. One, I would put some distilled water onto the swab the hand, and then the second swab would be a dry swab, and then I would swab the hand. Place those both into packaging.
He
seal
talks like
them,
Henry Kissinger
and then I
too.
would do the same for the second hand.
When you say you swab the hand, what portions of the hand are you swabbing?
I swab the entire portion, the palm, the top of the hand, and such.
And with respect to the buccal swab and the swabs of the hands, what did you do with those after you had completed them and packaged them and signed them?
They were placed into the evidence department at the Green Bay Police Department.
Is that something you yourself did?
Yes,
And did you maintain custody and control those items until they were placed in evidence?
I did.
We'll return to the specifics of the interview in a moment, but I want to move on. After you interviewed Ms. Schabusiness, well, about how long was the interview with Ms. Schabusiness on that date?
Well, it was over a period of time, and there were several breaks. Let's see, maybe over a period of time of 6 hours or so.
And after you conducted your interview with Ms. Schabusiness, what did you do?
At one point, I did go to the scene briefly and just provided some information at the scene. I believe I also talked again with Ms. Pakinich because I had some follow-up questions that came up during that interview with Taylor Schabusiness concerning if Ms. Pakinich had in fact came down into the department or into the basement during a time period that Shad and Taylor would have been then down there.
And I should also ask, while you're interviewing Ms. Schabusiness, are you remaining in communication with other investigators that are working on the case?
Yes.
And after the interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you continue to stay in contact with other investigators about different aspects of the case?
Yes.
Subsequent to the February 23rd interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you meet with her again for a second interview?
Yes.
And when did that take place?
February 28th, I believe.
And where was that interview?
That was also at the Green Bay Police Department in an interview room there.
Is that an interview that was also recorded?
Yes.
Was Ms. Schabusiness read her Miranda rights prior to that interview as well?
Yes.
And did she agree to speak with you on the 28th?
She did.
And who was present with you for that interview?
Detective Phil Scanlon.
Have you since had the opportunity to review the audio video recording of the February 28th interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
I have.
Does that recording accurately set forth what you recall from the interview itself?
Yes.
Is the quality of the audio the same in that one as it is in the 23rd?
No, it's not. The quality of the audio in the second interview was a little less than it was a little harder to hear.
Oh, that means shitty, and we're not going to be able to understand a
reason
single
for that?
thing they say.
The microphone in that particular room was not as sensitive
I think
as
it is
at
tape
other
time.
rooms.
I think it's tape time.
And again, we'll get into the specifics of that interview, but I want to move into subsequent aspects of the
Her
investigation
previous
prior to
name
doing
was
that.
Coronado. She changed it to
At some point in
Schabusiness
time after the interview,
2017,
did you
2018.
assist in this investigation in other ways?
Yes.
What was the next thing that you recall doing after meeting with Ms. Schabusiness on the 28th?
Several things that I did was one of the things that I did was I reviewed the evidence that was taken throughout the course of the investigation and chose several items that I wanted to send to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for further analysis.
Is that generally how the process works with your department and the state crime lab? Is it the detectives select the items that will be sent to the state crime lab?
Yes.
And when you're deciding to send items to the state crime lab, are you aware of submission guidelines that the crime lab has?
I am.
What generally are the submission guidelines with respect to serious crimes such as this?
In these types of crimes, they ask that the first submission of evidence be limited to 10 items.
And did you send 10 items to the lab in this instance?
I did.
And when you were trying to select which items to send to the lab, what considerations did you have?
I took several considerations. There was quite a bit of evidence taken in this case. However, I was aware that there was at least 2 different scenes where evidence was collected, one being on Stony Brook Lane, the other being at Eastman Avenue, in which I had been information that Taylor and Shad had been at both residences. Also, I was aware that several knives had been found in the basement on Stony Brook Lane that were covered in what appeared to be human matter. And my concern was that was Shad's blood and tissue. So I wanted to confirm that. So I took the one knife that I chose was the bread knife, so to speak, that she had used mainly to dismember the body, according to Ms. SCHABUSINESS, and that had been found in, I believe, the Jimmy Choo bag in the basement. So I chose that knife as particular for testing. There were several other knives located in the same areas, but I just decided to take the one knife. I also decided to send swabs that I'd taken from her hands to see if that was, in fact, DNA from Shad on her hands and on her blood. I also chose the swabbing from what was a res substance in the apartment and the bedroom of Taylor SCHABUSINESS' apartment, to determine what that substance was, if it was blood, and also determine if it in fact did belong to Taylor or Shad, so if he could be linked again to that particular residence.
And then do you recall the other items that you sent to the lab in this case?
The other items that I had sent also was the swab, the oral swab that was taken from Shad from the autopsy. And I had the penile swab that was taken during autopsy from Shad. And I also asked one of my forensic evidence techs to swab the dildo. And so I had the dildo swab, and I sent that also to determine again if any of their individuals whose DNA was on any of those items.
And how about any of the clothing items that were taken from Ms. SCHABUSINESS? Did you send those to the lab?
Yes, I believe the sweatpants were specifically sent in.
And did you also send the known control buckle sample from Taylor to the lab?
Yes.
In addition to making the decisions regarding what evidence would be sent to the lab, did you participate in any search warrants in this case?
I did. 4 separate cell phones had been located during the course of the investigation, 2, I believe, at the Stony Brook in the basement, and 2 in the bedroom on Eastman Avenue. So I wrote a search warrant requesting that all 4 cell phones data be extracted.
And did you have opportunity to review the extraction from any of the cell phone devices that were seized and searched with a search warrant?
I did.
Specifically, there's been some discussion already about Ms. SCHABUSINESS' primary phone. Did you have an opportunity to review the Cellbrite extraction from Ms. SCHABUSINESS' device?
Yes.
And is that something that you have done regularly in the course of your duties as an investigator with the Green Bay Police Department?
I have.
You're familiar with the Cellbrite program, how it works, and how to navigate it?
Yes.
In particular, when you were searching Ms. SCHABUSINESS' device, what types of information were you interested in?
What was the type of data that was being accessed or used, or photos that were taken during the time period up until the date of the homicide? And you could do what they call a timeline report, and basically we'll put in chronological order every single time the phone is accessed or a photo is taken or there's a phone call, there's a text message. So I looked at that timeline into the days preceding the homicide. And it also records anytime a phone will connect to a Wi-Fi network. it can specifically state what Wi-Fi network that phone had accessed. And I found that to be interesting in this case.
And what was important about that Wi-Fi access? We'll touch on that first. What's your purpose in knowing where the Wi-Fi connectivity exists here?
It helps put a location as to where exactly that phone was during a specific period of time.
And when you say Wi-Fi connectivity, can you explain a little bit for the jury about how that process works where the device connects to the Wi-Fi?
Well, everybody has a Wi-Fi. I should say mostly everybody has Wi-Fi at home, and everybody has a router, and that router has a specific title to it. You know, it could be a self-made name, or it could be a name that is provided by the manufacturer. And so then, you know, when you look at your phone and you want to connect to somebody's Wi-Fi, you ask them, what's your Wi-Fi name? And they'll say it's, Graph Family, whatever. And then you were able to connect to that. And so in looking at that, I was able to determine that over the course of several days, there was 2 specific Wi-Fi routers that phone had been accessing.
During the course of the investigation, were you able to obtain the name of the Wi-Fi router for the Eastman Avenue address where Ms. SCHABUSINESS resided with Mr. Tomes?
Yes, I had personal contact with the owner of the occupants, Mr. Tomes, and he informed me that he had used AT&T as his service provider and provided me with the Wi-Fi name.
And similarly, were you able to get the Wi-Fi name for the Stony Brook residence as well?
Yes, I talked to Ms. Pakinich, and again, I was informed that the Spectrum was their internet service provider and provided me with their name also.
And then were you able to look at the extraction from Ms. SCHABUSINESS's device and create a timeline for when that particular device was utilizing the respective Wi-Fi networks that you discussed?
That is correct.
We've got dog snorage going on here. And while they're doing that, we have one super chat here to read. Nick Campbell bringing the $5 super chat heat. When you get off on your murder, you have to change your dress often. Referring, of course, to the fact that she changed her clothes 3 times during yesterday's trial. That was weird. Let's see how often.
This is an extraction report that I completed from
keep those super chats coming.
Found in Taylor SCHABUSINESS's cell phone.
And what specifically is addressed in that particular extraction report?
In this particular one, it is a timeline in terms of network usages, in terms of what Wi-Fi the phone was accessing, and it provides dates and times.
And using that report, are you able to then determine at what times the device is utilizing which of the routers?
Yes.
And what is the significance, or what did you glean from that report then with respect to the dates and times?
Well, I know that on February 22nd, 2022, starting at 12 a.m., it was utilizing the Wi-Fi from the Eastman Avenue address. And there's several entries over the course of time from midnight all the way up until (4 a.m.), and it utilized the router of ATT5 FTC 9D Edward, which I had confirmed was the same name of the router from Mr. Thalm's apartment on Eastman Avenue.
At some point in time in the early morning hours of February 22nd of 22, does the phone connect then to a different Wi-Fi router?
Yes.
The searches
starting
came from
at
within the
approximately
home.
6 a.m. on February 22nd, 2022, all the way through 10 a.m. or so. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, well, 10 a.m. approximately. It was the My Spectrum Wi-Fi, which then again I had confirmed that was the Wi-Fi router at the Stone and Brook Lane address.
Now, did those, in order to have the phone connect to the particular Wi-Fi device, does that mean that the user necessarily has to be utilizing the device to do something specific?
I don't believe so, no.
There are certain programs that simply run in the background that are searching for, trying to connect to the Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And that doesn't necessarily give you a specific time frame, but does give you general timeframes for where Mr. Business might have been at Mr. Business's device might have been at certain points in time.
Yeah, that would say that is accurate. It's not specific, but it does give you general timelines. Yes.
I think you mentioned earlier you were also looking for photographs in the timeline right around the time of the homicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to note any photographs that were relevant to your investigation in this timeline?
Yeah, I noticed that on February 22nd, 2022, approximately 12:56, 12:57 a.m., several photos had been taken of Shad Therian.
And those photos were present on Mr. Business's device, is that correct?
That is correct.
And they have very specific date and timestamps?
Yes.
Yes. Defense guys got to look at everything very, very slowly. I think we're going to be getting to the interrogation videos today. That'd be awesome. They said there was over 7 hours of videos, but they managed to stipulate it down to about 70 minutes, they said. So we'll be watching about 70 minutes of video when it happens. Yeah, Vicky, the dogs hang out all together. They usually sleep on the sofa. They just they stick together. Mostly. I got 30 dislikes. Did I? Oh, wow. On this
They're
stream
all
or something
typed to
else? Whatever.
108, 109, they're similar, but some of the photos on one of the exhibits are more like thumbnail, and then the other one is the larger one. But we already have pictures of the alleged victims, so I would argue duplicity.
Stop saying duplicity, you fuckwit. It's duplicative. Duplicate, not duplicitous. That means you're hiding, lying, hiding the truth. Learn your words. He also before he kept saying diabolic instead of diametric.
Yes.
Well, I've
Guys
taken
are
a look
dead.
at 108 and 109. They're different.
And nobody's told him.
thumbnails on 108, which are smaller. Those photos, actually, each one of them are different slightly. And there's some other data on 108. So I'm satisfied that I'm going to overrule the objection, and you can proceed.
And what is Exhibit 108 again, Detective?
108 is another extraction report documenting 5 photos that I had found in Taylor Schabusiness's cell phone.
And what's depicted in those photographs?
All photographs are of the head of Shad Therian.
You say you had, these are in-life photos of him, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
These are photos of him while he is still alive, correct?
That is correct.
And 109 depicts what?
109 is a full photo of one of those particular photographs described.
And again, what is the date and time of the photographs in Exhibit 108?
Waifu, hey, what's up, girl?
February 22nd, 2022, one at 12:56 a.m., another at 12:56 and 57 seconds a.m., another at 12:57 a.m., another at 12:57 and 12 seconds a.m., and the fifth at 12:57 and 18 seconds a.m.
No, he's not dyslexic. He
Have you,
just
as
thinks
part
he
of your
knows a
investigation
word
in
when
this
he
case,
doesn't
had an
really know
opportunity
it.
to review photographs of the two residences, the Eastman residence and the residence on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Based on your review of those photographs and then the review of Exhibit 109, are you able to ascertain where that photograph was taken?
That was funny.
The photographs just described, the background is the same as the bedroom on Eastman Avenue.
And is that also consistent with the timeline that you noted from the Wi-Fi usage?
Correct.
That the phone would have been utilizing that device around that time?
Yes.
I would ask for permission to publish 109, Your Honor.
Okay, you can publish 109.
Is the screen now depicting Exhibit 109?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. You mean his head while it's still attached to his body? He should have been more specific when he was saying it's a picture of his head. Come on, dude.
Detective,
You
I
can
now
do
want
better
to
than that.
return to the interview and specific conversations about what Ms. SCHABUSINESS told you on February 23rd of 2022. First of all, can you start by describing, what her general demeanor was when you met with her on the 23rd?
Characteristic as a calm demeanor, no outbursts, no mood swings. She was quite frank in being able to answer questions and ask questions.
What was your ability to communicate with her?
Very good. She was able to answer my questions and with no issues.
You indicated that you had previous work as a narcotics investigator. Have you had an opportunity in the past to meet with and interview suspects who are under the influence of drugs?
Yes.
Did you note anything in Ms. SCHABUSINESS's behavior, or demeanor, or appearance that would have suggested that she was under the
No,
influence
nap
of
is a
narcotics at
long
the
time
time you were
away.
meeting with her on the
We're
23rd?
2 hours away
I
from
did
that.
not.
Can you describe, going into that interview, how much information you had about the specific acts themselves?
At the particular time, I had very little information. What I knew was that she has their head had been found in a bucket in the basement, and also just the information that I had from talking to his mother about who was he last seen with and his last known whereabouts, according to her.
In terms of the specifics of what happened to Shad and where the rest of his body was, is that information that you knew prior to beginning the interview with Ms. SCHABUSINESS?
No.
The information about Shad and what happened to him and where his body was, where did that information come from?
It's your business.
Yeah, she was
And,
very helpful in these self-snitching.
To begin your
departments.
interview, how did you begin asking her about the specific events?
I basically stated to her that with the information that I had, and the information that I had at that point in time was that Shad's head had been found in a bucket in the basement, and that she had one point had been with Shad. So I just asked her if she could tell me what happened.
And was she able to describe to you what happened?
Yes.
She told everything.
What
that
did she say with respect to?
She threw
how Shad
"don't
was killed?
self-snitch" out the window.
How Shad was killed?
Correct.
She said that Shad had produced a chain, like a dog collar, and put it around his neck. Initially, it sounded like it might have been some sort of foreplay, but it got to the point that she started to strangle Mr. Therian and just
Part of the
continued
sex
to
act.
do
It's
so,
not foreplay. You've never done that, dude.
according to her, for several minutes until he passed away.
Did she, as it relates to the strangulation, did she make any statements about her observations of Shad as she was choking him with that chain?
Yes, she stated that his head turned purple. He started to, I believe, blood coming out of his mouth. His tongue was protruded, I believe.
Did you ask her whether she chose to stop at that juncture?
I did.
And what was her response?
She stated that she wanted to continue to see what happened.
And did you ask her whether or not Shad had struggled at all when she was choking him?
She said that he did.
And what was her response to that?
My understanding is that
Especially if you've
Shad
essayed
had
a corpse and chopped it
laying
up.
on the bed, prone, face down, and she was on top of him. And so she was able to choke and control his body, so to speak, that even though he was struggling, she was able to still maintain control.
Did you ask her about how she felt about what she had done?
Yes.
And what were her responses?
Objection relevance, yes, to elements, Your Honor.
I think they're certainly relevant as to her intent.
Overruled.
Her response was that she liked it.
Had she also at some point expressed some remorse or that she didn't necessarily want this to happen?
Initially, that was some of her comments, was that, it had intended, but once she started to strangle Shad, that she found that she could enjoy it, and so she kept on strangling him.
Had she expressed anything to you about her use of drugs at the time of the offense or immediately prior to the time of the offense?
She said that approximately 2 days prior to the offense that she and Shad had been smoking methamphetamine.
2 days prior to the offense or 2 days prior to the interview?
I'm sorry, 2 days prior to the interview.
Did she mention anything to you specifically about drugs or paraphernalia that might be found in the residence?
Yes, she stated that there should be a pipe and some methamphetamine in the basement on a dresser or an entertainment center of some sort.
Did she express any knowledge about the location of the chain or chains that were used to strangle Shad?
Yes, she stated that there was 2 chains. One would be the same location area as where the methamphetamine was used, and another would be another.
Ella,
kilo
she
in the
said way more than that. Go back and watch my
Now,
criminal
I think I
complaint
asked this
stream.
earlier,
You'll
but
see
you're in
all of the
communication
things
with the
she said.
investigators who are on scene during the course of this interview. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the information that Ms. SCHABUSINESS is providing you about where things are located and what they might see in the basement, is that being confirmed by investigators on scene?
It is.
And the information that she's providing you, is that accurate with what they're observing?
Yes.
After the strangulation itself, what did Ms. SCHABUSINESS tell you that she did with Shad?
Well, initially, we were aware of Shad's head being in a bucket, but we were not aware of where the rest of his body had been located.
Chat across YouTube is.
So
is
there were
acting
several
up.
questions pertaining.
I think you need to send me super chats to make
where
sure
his
it's
body
working.
was located. And Ms. SCHABUSINESS'
Well, not
response
really,
that it was still
I
in
have
the
to say I'm
basement.
just kidding. Otherwise,
Then
it's
she
not
then later went on to explain that she in fact had dismembered Shad's body and placed the various body parts into several bags and or a tote down in the basement.
Was she able to describe in detail the things that she did to dismember Shad?
Yes.
And again, are you matching that back up with information from investigators at the scene?
Correct.
Is she able to
having the
actually
safe word
describe the
is not a
types
good
of
safe
bags
word.
or types of containers where she's placing body parts?
Yes.
And again, is that consistent with what investigators are later finding on the scene?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about how she dismembered or what she used to dismember Shad's body?
Yes, she stated that she used knives that she obtained from the kitchen of the residence.
Was she able to describe to you where those knives would be located in the basement?
Yes, she described that the knives would be in the same.
No, they're going to show the
package or
they're going to show
bags
the
that,
interrogation. They've already
the body
talked about
parts
it.
were also located.
It's on the menu, so to
And
speak.
again, is that consistent with what investigators were finding on scene?
Yes.
In addition to the dismemberment, did Ms. SCHABUSINESS discuss with you anything else that she did with Chad's body after she had killed him?
Yes, she did.
And what was that?
She described
Here we go.
how she had sexual contact.
Yes,
with
not
the
just cutting a
body
head off.
in terms of
She filleted him. She
playing
jammed the
with
dildo
his
in his
penis.
mouth. Jammed the dildo
Also,
in his
she
ass.
described
in his
that she
ass.
had a dildo that she
Yep.
placed into Chad's mouth and to his anus, and that she also had cuddled the body.
Did she
and chopped
discuss
him up into
performing
little
oral
pieces
sex
and
on Chad?
scattered him about
That's
the
correct.
house. Does that answer your question, Wang Shaftesbury? Yeah.
Did she indicate about how long she had cuddled or played with Chad's body?
She indicated that, it was, I don't exactly recall how long of a period of time, but there was a period of time,
In the statement, she said 2 to 3 hours.
I believe shortly before or after the start of dismemberment.
You plead guilty, you get a trial.
Did she
That's how it
talk to
goes.
you at all about
I mean, you plead not guilty, you get a
trying
trial.
to clean up the scene or
Not guilty.
what she was doing with the blood during the course of the dismemberment?
Yes, I've been made aware that there was not a significant portion of blood found in the basement that would have been consistent with dismemberment. So I asked her about that, and her response was that she mainly used like the bucket and or the blue tote to capture a lot of the blood, and eventually to dispose of some of that into the shower in the basement. She also did talk about the dismemberment
I love him
and
hug him and squeeze him
the
and call
removal
him
of body
George.
parts, and in fact that there should still be a portion of Shad's lower limbs like legs and the van that she had been operating. So she just described how she did remove at least a couple of his body parts during the course of dismemberment.
Do what you will,
And when I
Robin.
say move, I
Your
mean out
choice.
of the residence itself.
Did she specifically give you a reason for why she ultimately left the residence on that day?
She told me that she had heard lots of walking around upstairs, and she also heard that she had thought she had heard some shots being fired in an area. In this call, there's some concern, and she just decided that she had needed to leave at that point.
Did she discuss with you what her intention was with respect to Chad's head?
One of the first things that she did say was that she did like the head, and that it was her intent to take the head as well as the genitalia that was in a bucket with her. That's why she specifically placed those items in the bucket. But she did mention that she had left the bucket by the stairs. And I don't know if she intentionally wanted to do that, but there was talk that it was her intent to take the head and the genitalia with her also.
At some point in time, do you discuss with Ms. SCHABUSINESS a specific timeline for the events leading up to that evening?
Yes.
And what does she tell you about the timeline of her whereabouts leading up to this event?
2 days before the 21st, that Monday, is when she was at the apartment on Eastman Avenue with her friend AJ. They decided to go pick up Chad, which they did do. They were turned back to the apartment. At one point, they also did visit Chad's father, Michael Therian, and then also again returned to the apartment at Eastman Avenue, where they stayed there for a while. At one point, AJ left, and then Chad and Taylor then returned to Shad's mother's residence on Stony Brook Lane.
This guy is just
And the information that she's
I found
providing you
something
with
interesting.
respect to
It's
the
like when
timeline is
some of
that
the witnesses
information
have
that
the most
also was
interesting
consistent with
testimony are the
the
most
other aspects of
boring
your
in presenting it. And those that have nothing really important to say are so dynamic when they do it. This guy could be giving some very, very captivating, very, very dynamic testimony, but he's kind of boring.
That she
people
mentioned to
along
you
here.
while you're discussing the timeline, use of narcotics or controlled substances.
While they were in the apartment on Eastman Avenue, they did use her and Shad smoked methamphetamine, and she also indicated that Shad and AJ smoked marijuana.
Had she talked to you about what vehicles she was using to travel around to these locations?
Yes, the entire time she was using her roommate, Mr. Dom's gold Chrysler minivan.
Did you ask her whether Mr. Thomas had given her permission to use the vehicle?
I don't know if I asked her specifically that question, no. But it was under impression that she was using it at the time of the interview. I was not sure. I later found out that Mr. Thomas claimed that she has used it in the past, but not necessarily was supposed to use it that night.
Did she tell you any information about whether Mr. Thomas was involved in this crime at all?
He was just at the apartment the entire time, sitting in a chair, basically. And according to her, he wasn't even aware of what they were doing because he was behind him or in the bedroom.
When you were speaking with Ms. SCHABUSINESS, did you ask her about whether or not anyone else had come down into the basement at any point in time?
Yes.
And what did she say?
So then she stated that she believed that Shad's mother had come down with a cat.
And did she discuss actually having any interaction with Shad's mother at that time?
She said that she did not, and I asked Taylor if she thought that the mother had seen her, and she stated that she did not believe. So asked her what she did, and Taylor just stated basically that she kept quiet and was off in the like the finished part of the basement.
And dudes, if you don't want to be killed by your girlfriend, have a better bedroom setup than Shad did. Don't just have three dirty
I want to draw your
mattresses stacked
attention
up in
then
the
to the
corner.
second interview with Ms. SCHABUSINESS.
Find classy ladies.
That occurred on February 28th, is that right?
Correct.
And that was also a recorded interview?
Yes, it was.
And you advised her of her Miranda rights prior to that interview?
I did.
And she waived those rights and agreed to answer questions?
Yes, she did.
Did you make observations of her demeanor generally on that day?
I would classify it as being the same, calm, was able to answer questions appropriately, no outward signs of any disruptions or mood swings.
And
Mood
was she
swings.
able to understand your questions and answer them appropriately?
Objection calls for speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Not really.
Argument for leading. Argument for leading, alternative argument, Your Honor.
Overruled. Go ahead, ask another question, Mr. Levesque.
Thank you. And what was generally the purpose of conducting that second interview with Ms. SCHABUSINESS?
Conduct some follow-up questions concerning that we had that came up during the course of the investigation concerning like
No, the mom
her
came.
disposition of the
The
body.
mom
or
heard they had a
intentions of
storm
what
door
they're doing with
halfway
the
up the
body and
stairs.
her cleaning up
Mom heard the
after
door
herself.
shut and went down to check to
And
see
what
if
did
she'd
she
left.
say
And
with
she found her
respect to,
son's head in a
The
bucket
purpose
at
of
the bottom of the
dismemberment and then
stairs.
the cleanup?
According to Ms. SCHABUSINESS, the purpose was that she realized she needed to remove the body from the residence so that she wouldn't be caught. And Shad was more that she could carry just in terms of being a whole body. So the dismemberment and putting them into bags was to facilitate with her being able to remove the body from the residence.
And did you discuss with her the attempts to clean up the residence as well?
Yes, and Detective Scanlon had been an integral part of the search of the residence itself. So he asked her several questions about cleaning up because he had
Mr.
observed
Guzman
some
in the chat, apparently.
markings or on the cement down area under that had been underneath the bed, as well as there was a squeegee in the shower down in the basement, and some items such as Clorox, wipes. And so he asked her about that, and she stated that yes, she did use the cleaning materials such as the Clorox wipes and the spray to clean up several of the areas in the basement, as well as using squeegee to clean up the shower area.
Asphyxiation is when you do it to
subsequently
yourself.
placed these wipes
where the
in the
auto
same
part of it
bags that the
comes.
body parts were found.
Otherwise,
which
it's
again
just
is
choking.
consistent with what Detective Scanlon had found.
Or so I've heard.
Detective, I think I asked you these questions already, but if you had an opportunity subsequent to the interviews to review the recorded interview from both the 23rd and the 28th of February.
Correct.
And you do believe that the recordings were accurate and consistent with your recollection of the interviews?
They are.
Your Honor, at this point, I intend to show significant portions of the first
Yes.
interview and a smaller portion of the second interview, but it's about an hour and 10 minutes in length for the first interview and about 4 minutes for the second. So I think now would be a good time to take a break.
Awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we started a little bit late, but.
It's interrogation video
nonetheless,
time.
We'll be watching a video, so I think what we'll do is take a break until 10:20. It's now about 8 minutes after 10. And with that, all rise for the jury.
All right. Yeah, the mom found it. Well, she came down at one point. I mean, apparently he'd already been dead by the time she went down with the cat, but she didn't notice it. And then she went back up, and later she heard the door slam and went back down. So yeah, the first time she was down there with the cat, and nothing was amiss at that point, or so she thought.
Before we break, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Fraley? No. I'm assuming there's.
She's actually not that
reference
fat.
Earlier stipulation as to what.
She has a stun belt on.
State's understanding, the specific times were provided, a copy of the excise video was provided to the defense.
Your Honor, that's correct. We talked about this issue, so.
Okay, very good.
No, she's not
Break
handcuffed.
until 10:20.
That would be prejudicial to the jury. No, she actually does have a stun belt on, which is why she probably gets to be unchained, so to speak. All right, we've got about 10 minutes here, I guess, before we start with the yes. Yeah, it's like right. It sits like right on her, right across her stomach, right under her breast. It's like occasionally you'll see her like move and she'll readjust it. So yeah, that's that. All right, we can get rid of the court chat here. I mean the court feed here for a minute and uncuck the banner. Where are we at? All righty then. Here we are. We are sitting and we're checking out what's going on here during the 10-minute break. Let's catch up on some chats. Let's see. We have a few membership chats to get through here, I think. Let me check it out. Marv White gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you are awesome enough to get one of those, please give Marv White. It was about an hour ago. And please give him a big thanks. Amy, who's been a member for 2 months of the Clean and Sober Crew, says, sorry if I talked about, did anyone else see her shot fingers like a gun at Judge yesterday? Oh, yeah, she kind of did this little at the Judge on day one. I believe that was day one, not yesterday. Okay, what are we doing here? We're hanging around. We're not doing much, so. No super chats to read. So I start a couple of other things. We do Mac 1968 gives us the $1 super chat or sticker or whatever it was. It's empty. I don't know if it's a super chat or a sticker, but thank you so much, Mac 1968. Bringing the thank you so much. Your support is deeply, deeply appreciated. Well, let's see. We'll read that a little bit later. Next time we have a confirmed sniping, we'll read that one. Spatha says autoerotic asphyxiation. Oh yeah, Kinky Fun again. Auto is the self. That's like when you hang yourself in your closet and things go poorly, and the hotel maid finds your body the next day. David Carradine style. I believe the In Excess singer. I believe he also choked himself out. There's been a couple of other accidental deaths in that regard. Robert Lawrence keep erroring out and poll keeps popping up. Yeah, the across YouTube, the chat is kind of being wonky today. And again, as I said, you can always super chat to check and see if your super chats are going through and if everything's under control. If I remember, she cut a guy's head off. Yeah, we explained that. When we put your chat up a minute ago there, Wang Shaftesbury, the witness was explaining exactly what happened. And Lisa Franceschi, bringing the serious questions to chat. Do you have 2 dog beds or just one? Just this one here in this room. It is well big enough for the both of them. Just Strawberry strategically places herself right in the middle of the bed. Yoda is over here enjoying the cool, hard. Oh, well, dang it. I moved too quickly. That'll reboot itself here in a minute. Here we go. We're just kind of waiting for that to come up. Yoda is over here on this side of you. Strawberry is over here. Yoda is over here. So all right, here's Yoda's just chilling out in front of the door to the veranda, feeling the breeze from the wind. So yeah, that's them. And Agent 99. Yeah, I mean, has there been any real emotion throughout any of this trial yet? Yes, actually, there has been some emotion shown. There's been some emotion shown, specifically yesterday, when they were talking about the head being in the bucket, and when AJ was the third person here in the third person in the group. I think they smashed before AJ and SCHABUSINESS because she was giggling and chuckling through the whole thing, and she outright laughed when we're talking about the head in the bucket. So that's real emotion. It's just really, really inappropriate real emotion. So that's kind of how that goes. Toxic Bacon bringing the $5 super chat. Taylor reminds me of Eileen Warnos. That name sounds. Why does that sound familiar? Now you're making me do some homework. Damn it, Eileen Warnos. Why does that sound familiar? Come on, Eileen. Oh, come on, Eileen. Eileen Warnos. Well, we'll talk about the dildo here in a second. Hang tight, guys. Eileen Wornos. Eileen Warnos. American serial killer who murdered at least 7 people in 1980. Was she the trucker? Was she the yes. Yes. She was the chick that offed about 7 or 8 truck drivers. She would pick them up at truck stops and then off them. Yeah, okay. I guess kind of similar vibes. I don't think they look that much alike, but hey, cool. Thanks for that. There's a flashback. I remember when that was going on. Yeah, that was a while ago. She died, didn't she? Yeah, she died in 2002 in the prison. Yeah, it was like the late 80s, early 90s she was doing her serial killing. Brian Dunham asked another important question. How big was the dildo? It appeared to be from the box it was in. This was on day 1 in the afternoon. Towards the end of the afternoon, they threw up the dildo box. We had dildo in a box. It seemed to be relatively average size, I guess. Not being a big. I don't have a lot of personal knowledge of that. Area, but it seemed to be average size. Nothing special. And what color was it? It was. See, and this is the thing. The witness that brought this up, the detective that brought this up, he showed his ethnocentrism. He was white, and he said it was, quote, flesh colored. That's racist. Flesh can be any color, my officer, but he was white, so he just assumed that all flesh is white. It's racism much. Yeah. Unhung hero, the originator of the term coitus rigor. What was it? Rigor coitus. The rigor coitus. Migraines like the one I'm dealing with make me want to get the shad treatment. Nobody wants the shad treatment. It just happens. I want to pet Yoda and Strawberry. Oh, well, come on over here. If you get over to Korea, you can pet the Straubs and the Yod. They're fun to pet. They're just little squishy dogs. By state deletion. Yeah. Nicholas Starov, who is unfortunately working, he'll be here in the afternoon at some point, says AJ talking about chopping it up made her laugh. Yeah. AJ was kind of a douche canoe. The cigar just about went out. Hang on. All right. Yeah, he was just like, hey, dude, like we were just totally. So I can't remember anything. I got like a lot of mental issues, and it's not on my polymath to do that. He was just a weird freaking witness. And at one point, he said when they were talking, he said, "Yeah, I'd come over, we just chopped it up." Apparently, chopping it up means having a conversation, but it was wildly inappropriate. And Shabusiness kind of chuckled at that. So there we go. Damn it, Jeff! Don't Google serial killers, especially sexy butt depictions of them. Trust me, leafy, fifi foo, that will never, ever happen. I already did one unfortunate Google search today because of Aussie Overlord, which is probably going to screw up my ads for a very, very long time. She was a hooker, not a truck driver. Yes, she was picking the people up at the truck driver. She was picking them up at the truck stop. She was picking truck drivers up at the truck stops. She was a hooker who was also acting as a hooker. She would pick up the truck drivers and then she would delete them. The movie Monster, yes, with Charlize Theron was based on her. That's true. I forgot about that. Yes, Chandler was not impressed. I do not have any idea what constitutes a big dildo. That'll be up for the women to decide. She was a lot lizard. Oh, we got 2 lot lizards. There we go. Not just truck drivers. I thought the majority of them were truck drivers. Actually, I thought all of them were truck drivers. Guess not. Well, see, and again, all we've been watching today is the lead up to the it's been the lead up to these interrogation videos. They originally said they were more than 7 hours, but they narrowed them down to 70 minutes. And we finally have a chat to read here that I think is particularly interesting. LC Merritt, hey, at Legal Mindset, screen snipe so you can see how a real law tuber does it. Biatch. I added the biatch. Yeah. Anyway. Bringing the heat. Yeah, Legal Mindset probably thinks that's a sock puppet account, but he is absolutely wrong. That's how the real OG people run. Are cohibas legal in South Korea? Yes. The only place that you cannot legally have Cuban cigars is the United States of America. Yeah, I mean the cigar lounge that Legal Mindset and I hang out in when Legal Mindset visits me here in Busan, we head over to Casa Habano, which is my second home. It's my home away from home. It's an all Cuban cigar lounge. This is not a Cuban cigar. This is my favorite non-Cuban cigar. One of them anyway. This is one of my favorite non-Cuban cigars. This is the Oliva Series V. The Series V Churchill Melanio. Great cigar. It just went out. I'll have to light it a little bit later. But yeah, the Oliva V Series V Melanio Churchills are amazing cigars. We like them quite a bit. Yeah, Yoda's little tongue is poking out of his head. Let's see. Did not know that. Yeah. It's just part of this Cuban embargo that happened. And speaking of people, live people, it's Chandler Remington.
Hello.
Chandler Remington in the
Good
chat.
morning, everybody.
What's up? Welcome.
Thank you.
How's the head doing today?
Better, much better. Thank you for asking.
Super.
I think the parties would ask that the court read a modified version of JI 158. I have it here.
We are
What's
back.
going on?
It just addresses some of the obvious edits that would be seen by the jury, just so there's no adverse inference to either party. You agree with that, Mr. Furley?
Yes, I do. I've reviewed it.
I think they'll get done by Friday. I think they're going to probably rest after this witness. I would not be surprised if they rested phase 1 after this. Defense, I don't know. I tried to find a copy of the defense witness list, but I would imagine it's not very long. And I don't know if that. Sorry. Thank you. I don't know if they'll have any witnesses in this part. They might have 1 or 2. All of their apples she did in fact kill him.
Oh, something odd
I
happened to
think
your
there's-
mic just now. It was hard to hear what you were saying. The last sentence that you spoke. I'm not sure what happened.
That was the court. They made a noise in the court, and I guess that overpowered me. But anyway, I think they're going to be done. Can we still hear me? Okay, I think we can still hear me. Okay,
I can hear
me
you.
okay?
Yeah. There
All
was
right.
just like a 3-second sort of lapse, but I missed the last I'd say 10 minutes, so I'm not really sure what's going on. We're on a break.
Yeah, the jury just came back, and we're going to show the interrogation videos now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear and view an audiovisual recording.
All right, and again, folks, we do talk, we do chat, but we have the MST3K rule where we try to talk between the conversations. We try not to overtalk the judge like I'm doing right now. All right, here we go. Which means we're not going to hear any of it. We'll do our best.
Judge, the state is about to play what has been marked as Exhibit 110. On Exhibit 110, there are a number of files. The files are both the individual clips from the videos, but then also one continuous video. The state intends to play the continuous video. I think there's about a
No.
break of a black
No.
screen in between
No.
the respective clips that are going to be played. For the record, the actual name of the file is February 23 interview hyphen trial, and then there will be another clip played for the second interview, and that file name is February 28th interview hyphen trial. So those are the specific files from Exhibit 110 that will be played for the jury at this point.
All right, while they're setting that up, no, this is a very important thing. You cannot bring any Cuban cigars into the US. Stop doing that, court.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ! What the fuck is that? Jesus.
Is that the audio for the? Oh, I hope it's not like this the whole time.
I'd rather be talking to you than not.
Hang on. I'm going to reduce this volume significantly. Holy shit.
I'm going to mute myself.
Clean the fuck up. What are you doing?
So if you don't understand anything, please let me know. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before questioning, to have a lawyer present with you during questioning. And if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will finally represent you at public expense before or during any questioning if you do wish. And if you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent anytime you wish, including during questioning. Do you understand each of these rights?
Yeah.
Realizing that you have these rights, are you now willing to answer questions or make a statement?
Yes.
All right. Well, a few hours ago, police were dispatched to an address on Stony Brook that the parents also Shad Irian. Do you know Shad? And how do you know Shad?
He's my ex.
He's your ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
Well, they found a kind of disturbing stuff at the house there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of blood. Basically Shad's head. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so we know you were there at one point
Yeah.
with Shad.
Yeah.
but we also know you left. Now that van, is that your van?
No, that's my neighbor's.
Your neighbor's?
Oh, the guy I was staying at.
Okay, so this, where did you go? Which place where did the police get you? Was that on Eastman? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that where you live?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm staying there right now.
Okay, is that your apartment?
No,
No. Whose apartment is it?
that man.
And who is that man?
Got phones.
Scott?
Phones.
Okay. So, that's his van?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you leave from Shad's house and go to Scott's house sometime today?
Yeah.
Well, they found part of Shad at his house, his mom's house. Found his head. Where's the rest of his body?
It's there, inside his house.
Is it in the house?
It's inside his house.
Well, tell me what happened.
It's a good question because I blacked out during that time. But, alright. I need time to, think.
No problem. Take your time, have some water.
This is going to go on for an hour.
Do you think the body's still there?
I don't see why not, unless it's just up and moved, which it could have, you know.
Where do you think the body would be?
I was right there by the bed.
By the bed?
Yeah, I was cuddling it by the bed.
You were what?
I was cuddling it by the bed.
You were cuddling the body with it? Oh, okay. Was it just you and Chad down in the basement?
Yeah.
Was anybody else down there at any point in time? When do you think you went to Chad's house?
Shit. What was it, like 2 days ago?
There are
Did you stay there the
subtitles.
whole time?
As best it picks them up.
You start to remember now what happened with Chad? A little bit, what do you remember so far?
Shit. Oh, I don't know, there's this chain thing, right? And then, yeah, like I was playing around with it.
Okay.
And like we were smoking the bitch, right?
Okay.
And then, I'm terrible at explaining things, so, let's see here. And then, here comes the chain, right? And then he put it around his neck. Well, we were like playing around and shit, and then, I don't know, I was tugging on it. And, I don't know.
You say you're smoking a bitch, what would that be?
Ice.
Ice? Have you taken any other drugs tonight?
No, this is still from 2 days ago. I know my eyes are fucking crazy.
Were you smoking ice?
Yeah.
And how, on a pipe or someplace else?
The one that's on the counter, or on the table. I left the baggie there.
You did?
It's Nate the lawyer.
It should be
It ain't.
Well, where exactly, Eastman or Story?
at the left, that shed.
At Shad's. And you say, where was this place, where would it be, in the basement or on the first floor or second floor?
Basement.
The basement. And it was ice in a, I mean, it was a basically a window bag, like a little small plastic bag.
Crushed up.
Crushed up. And just you and Jack. And so there was a chain. What kind of chain?
It's the one that's on the same place as where the bitch and,
And where would that be again?
I think it's on a dresser.
On a dresser?
Is it, oh, is it on a dresser? I don't know.
I don't know either. I haven't been there. I mean, as best as you can remember. So you think that there could be a chain and the ice on a dresser down in the basement?
It's just weird. I got like a weird flashback from it.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, it's short. It was real short.
What did you see?
It's just, I don't even know anymore. Like, it was weird. I was riding him like a donkey, okay? And then, like, I think so. I think that's what was happening. I was pulling and then, like, I don't know.
Were you two being intimate, having sex?
Dana, on the next break, I will bring up the U.S. Customs regulations.
So
You cannot bring cigars into the U.S. I will bring up the customs regulation as soon as possible to show you.
I don't know. And then, I just didn't stop. I don't know why. I didn't stop.
You guys done something like this in the past?
Not like that.
Do you use manual strangulation during sex at all? The shed like that?
A manual strangulation? Yes.
Oh, jeez.
Do you like strangulation?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, he does. Yeah. Yeah,
And you do too, or just him?
both of us.
So when's the last time you guys had sex besides potentially sworn?
Oh, that's what you said. I thought you made a reference to Don Quixote, and I got.
Maybe, but like we didn't even get it. Like, I'm sorry, but we didn't even get it.
Okay, so you didn't, alright, well, when's the last time you did do
I
it?
mean, I played with him after. I have no idea, like August.
And what would you guys like to do? Is there a certain role playing that you did with Chad? Or was it just some sort of strangulation? How would you guys basically have sex?
It's like I just wanna we just so yeah, and we go at it.
But does anybody like strangle the other person?
I like doing that alone.
Alright, so you like being strangled, like having your airway, or do you like doing it to somebody else?
I like doing it to somebody else.
Does Chad like to be strangled during sex?
I think so.
Have you done it before?
Yeah, he does. He likes it.
Have you used what we call props in the past?
Yes.
What?
Props.
Well, like dildo?
That or rope or chain or underwear or anything?
Yeah. I shoved a dildo in his ass and mouth.
In the past or just recently?
When he was there, when he was on the bed. Yeah.
So obviously you said you smoked some ice. Do you take any prescription medications?
No.
You have any mental health issues we should be aware of?
I don't know. I don't know yet. I think
Have you been diagnosed with anything officially? Because I know that Chad has some mental health issues. That's correct to his mother. Since high school?
Yeah.
Where do you guys go to school together?
Facebook.
Yes, in the butt.
Did you graduate the same class?
And mouth, yes.
Yes. He didn't graduate.
You graduated. Alright. So then you guys were boyfriend, girlfriend at one point? For how long?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
And this is right after high school or
No, during high school.
during? And what year did you graduate?
16.
2016?
Yeah.
So you and Chad date after high school?
I
We've
was
seen
thinking the
each
same
other.
thing, Steve.
We've definitely seen each other.
Seeing each other, but were you officially, couple, so to speak, or was it just, did you still have sex with him?
I did it once.
Just once?
Yeah.
Back in high school?
Yeah.
So when did you start seeing him again? Recently?
He's my buddy. He's my homie. So like, you know.
So you've always been friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you get over to Shad's?
The minivan.
The minivan? When do you think you went there? Do you remember?
2 days ago.
2 days ago? Okay. Did you stay there all the time, or did you ever pick him up and go someplace, or then come back? Or
Stayed there.
how did you get in? Was Shad there when you got there, or Shad let you in? Or did you just walk in on your own?
He was there, we went in, got some shit, we came back, and then, shit, I mean, methamphetamine, you know,
Ice.
and then, yeah, ice, and then we came back.
Okay, so you showed up at his place. And then you and him left,
Yeah,
and you went and got some back.
yeah, so then, we went, and, I picked him up, went and got some ice, and then after that, we went to, back to Scott's, we smoked,
Okay,
yeah, and then, I did his hair, but,
you did Shad's hair
yeah, I did him, a little bit.
at Scott's?
Yeah, and then after that, I, trimmed his face, you know,
Mm-hmm.
feeling good, we left, we went back to his mom.
Okay,
Went back to his mom's, okay. They did the ice and they went back to his mom's.
okay. So you went back, it was just you and Shad going back to his mom's? Or did Steve come?
Steve?
Or Scott?
Scott, yeah.
I'm gonna do that occasionally, and I apologize if I do get names sometimes.
Alright, yeah.
Did Scott, they come with you?
Scott stayed at home the whole time, at Eastman, that's his residence.
Alright, so you and Shad.
He is not involved at all.
Okay. So you and Shad went back to, Shad's mom's house. How'd you get in? Did you see, was anybody home?
Door was unlocked. We went in.
What time do you think this was? Was anybody home? Did you encounter anybody? I understand his mom lives there.
Tara,
Tara?
I don't know, is that the mom's name?
Yes.
Damn, the head.
And then-
Yeah, I can't believe I left the head.
Right there, that's the line. Damn, the head. I can't believe I forgot
Right
the
there.
head.
It's,
So we're gonna take the head somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it?
Well, you're gonna have fun trying to look for all the organs, but, yeah, they're all dismembered. Yeah,
So you dismembered the body too?
yeah.
And what did you do with the body parts?
They're in the house.
Somewhere?
They're like,
Basement, upstairs, downstairs?
absolutely in the basement. I was gonna bring them. And then, I know I forgot the head. I wanted the head.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yeah, it's in the van.
What?
It's in the van. It's, what is it? I don't know, a foot maybe.
What?
I think it's a foot.
A foot in the van?
A leg maybe. I'm like, I'm gonna bring it all, and then I'm like, man, this is messy, so then I just left it. I got lazy.
Okay.
And that's what I did, so I'm like.
Okay. So there's gonna be maybe a foot or a leg in the van. And then,
Yeah,
what did you do with the head?
I forgot that was in the van, so, yeah.
What did you do with the head?
The head, I put it in that bucket, that black bucket,
Black bucket?
with the blanket on top.
Okay.
I should have it.
And then where'd you leave it?
Sounds pretty lucid to me.
Leave the head? It's still in the bucket, it's right by the stairs.
Upstairs.
That's helpful,
Um,
Taylor. Thank you. Jesus.
how did you dismember his body?
Nice.
Was that
Nice.
knives? Just more than one knife? Where'd you get those from?
Kitchen. So I couldn't find mine and I wasn't sharp enough.
You weren't sharp?
No, it was alright. Bread knife works good.
Bread knife?
A bread knife works good, yeah.
Really?
I had to use what I used, so like, yeah. I got lazy last night, so
Where would these knives be now?
they're in with all the organs and all the body parts.
And where was that?
In the black bag, it's in the black bag,
In the basement?
it's in the basement, they're all in the basement, I never left the basement, I just went up the stairs.
They get so all the body parts and knives will be in a back bag. What kind of bag?
Black zipper bag next to a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That Shaq gave me, so I left it there.
Is it a big bag?
Serrated bread knives cut through
What
joints.
kind of stuff would you
I
normally
use
put in
it to
this bag?
debone chicken sometimes.
Put anything in the bag.
Well, I mean, is it a trash bag or is it a garbage bag or is it, you know what I mean? Kind of bag?
Backpack.
No, I know the bag that has the body parts.
I have the backpack.
That's a backpack? Is it a big one?
Yeah, the other one's like a little duffel, black duffel.
Okay. So you, at one point, did you bring these bags with you? Or were they already there?
I was gonna, but I got lazy and.
Right, you're gonna bring them with you when you left. But were the bags there when you used them, or did you bring them with you with Shad? Or did you just find them there?
They were there, I found them there, and I emptied them out, and put them in there, and I was gonna bring it, and I got paranoid, and I got lazy, and I never get paranoid, but this time was just like, I think it was the dope.
Oof. Question for
So,
Nate real quick. Why the hell don't police departments have
did
decent
you want Shad to be dead?
I don't know why they have that.
No.
That's horrible.
No, it was out of random, like, I wasn't expecting that, and it kinda threw me off guard, and it was in an open place and all that. You went in the basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty open.
Well, I haven't done it, but is it?
Yeah, so like it was weird. It was really weird. And you open the door to the outside, and you go down the stairs, and it's right there. Like you can see everything. Like right as you go down the stairs. Yeah.
And so, where did you get the chain?
Oh, he pulled it out of his pocket.
He pulled it out.
He had two of them, one for me, one for him.
And can you describe them to me?
Chain
Chain link,
and silver.
silver, okay. And
Yeah, the
what
silver
size?
choke collar.
Like a dog chain or a large lock type of chain? You know
They're
what I'm
like
saying?
this big. And then, and then it has O-ring.
Mhm.
And
So silver chains,
yes,
and he had two. And what'd you guys do with them?
we put them around their necks.
You did, okay. And then what were you doing while they were around their necks?
I was strangling them.
You were strangling them?
I was having fun with them, and then,
Was their clothes on or off?
he had his shorts on.
You had a shirt on, how about you?
I don't know, I didn't really care. But,
Did he ever put the chain around you?
Nope.
Was the chain ever around your neck?
I put it on.
Do you have any marks or anything?
He didn't get the chance to strangle him.
Not just the,
He didn't get
did you get a chance to strangle you? Was that, he was going to though, or was that part of the,
Yeah, I thought that was the thing, and then like, I don't know, I just went, Go crazy.
Well, at least she's being honest.
So when did you realize that Shad was not alive anymore?
Chain.
You know, his face turned purple.
Shit, business working on the chain gang.
He's pissing himself. His face was all purple.
I still didn't stop him. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's flooding in.
So his blood was coming out of his
I kept on
mouth.
feeling his heartbeat. Hearing his heartbeat.
I'm sorry.
Hearing his heartbeat spread.
It's the interview was right after. They arrested her, took her
Did you get a shot?
in. They took her clothes, put her in this Tyvek suit, and then they interviewed her.
No.
Okay. So
I'm gonna try to do that.
did you figure he was dead then?
Yeah.
And what did you do?
Play with him a little bit.
Did you try to call his mom or dad or anybody else in the house? You tried to call an ambulance? Why not?
Happened before.
Happened before. Is that what she said?
Yeah.
So did you want him?
That's part of their
You
play.
didn't want him.
They have his and
Yeah,
hers
you already
$2.
did it. I'm trying to understand.
I didn't want him to die, actually.
You
He's my buddy, but like it happened.
Happen again, but then did you feel a need to try to help him? Stop choking him or get an ambulance? You didn't feel a need to do that?
I don't know why, I just it happened so fast.
So then after you realized he was no longer, he was dead, his face was purple, he said his blood was going out of his mouth. What'd you do?
Clean him up a little bit. And then, I just play with him like that.
You said play with him, what do you need?
Play with his stick.
Yeah.
Like I put him up over the bed, and then, suck with it.
Sucked his dick. Great.
Then you had him on the bed? What kind of bed? Was it an actual bed or just a mattress or what? So then you had sex with him?
Yes. And I had a dildo.
Okay.
I played with him too.
What'd you do with the
And
dildo?
I just cuddled him and hugged him.
What did you do with the dildo?
I put it in his mouth, put it in his ass. Put it back. Put it back.
Where was this at? Where'd you put it back?
How do you put it back? That makes She's like, I've taken it out of my mouth, put it in his mouth, I'll put it back.
I think she had a box for it. She had a box, right? That she kept it in.
I guess, yeah.
Sounds like-
Yeah, she had the dildo in a box.
That's where we found out what's in the box. It terrified me. I
On the
screamed.
wall, next to the body. Right, and then,
Said bodies, huh? Freudian slip.
Yeah.
Is it in a bag or on a shelf
it's
or?
in a wooden, box.
Wooden box. And what color was the dildo? You just. So.
Yeah, the cop's not asking much about the murder. He's just asking about all the pervy questions.
You had sex with him.
But this is a kid. This is a
You said
paper
it was
case,
on.
though.
Did
It's
you
got,
cuddle?
you have all the
Wow.
pictures, all the, it's there. It's a forensics thing.
Yeah.
She, matter of fact, doesn't have to say anything. You don't even. Do you really need this to convict her?
You cuddled him, were you on the bed with him?
It doesn't
Yeah.
hurt.
Yeah.
Nate, so is
So
this
you
normal
cuddled
to
his
you, or
body.
is this guy weird?
And then what did you say?
Huh?
Does this guy seem weird to you, or is he asking normal questions?
Oh,
He seems to be
Yeah,
asking
like
just
before
normal
I
questions because what you want to do is just have the
got
person
called
give you
for
the story from beginning to end. Because if you're lying,
You
you're going
did?
to have some
I did.
inconsistencies. And what
Yeah.
you say can be
Yeah,
able to get you before the law. So you're looking for any type of inconsistency So the DA, when they question you on this, if you do take the stand, they can shit and tear your story out. Well, you said this to the cops when it was this.
And then,
Yeah, I think it's the way he builds rapport with her that's
Yeah.
making everybody
Before you had
uncomfortable.
sex with him?
Because he seems curious, but yeah.
While you had sex with him?
Oh yeah. No, you build rapport with the
we
person.
never had sex with them. We did in their house.
They like you physically.
I understand that. You said that she played with his penis after he was dead.
You got to use whatever you can, even though it's supposed to be frowned upon. But if you got a guy who likes one of the cops who's beautiful, you'll send her in there, and guess what? He spills his guts to her just because he likes the way she looks.
Did you ever place it in your vagina or any of your body parts?
No, I just.
You didn't use it as a dildo or anything?
It'd be weird if you started
So you're saying then you're like choking on
If
the
he
stuff.
started what?
And was he struggling at all?
That'd be weird.
Yes, big neck.
Of everything, that's what you'd find weird?
He was good.
He's trying to fight you. Sometimes people have a flight or fight, you know what I mean? The reaction that something happens, so they try to grab.
I turned Nate up. Nate just hasn't said anything since I turned him up. Give us a sign of life, Nate, so they know you're okay.
Oh, do you want me to turn my mic up? Because I'm pretty
No, you already did.
You know,
I turned you up.
how do you think you got that?
Oh, that was his memory.
That was just not.
That was a lie. Yeah, I got lazy in the process right now.
Did you, use any other devices besides knives? Just those scratches on your arms and stuff? Were they from him?
Oh, no. I was,
How did you?
so this one, I did by myself.
Oh,
This one, I probably did by myself. This one, I probably did by myself.
so they weren't him trying to grab you or anything? Did he try to grab you at all?
He scratched her arms.
He fought back.
No, she was just saying she did it to himself. She did it to herself.
So the blood on your hands, would that be shed
So
blood?
she did lie about something.
No, she's always said she did a self-inflicted scratching.
Okay.
I really don't know. I blame it being on drugs and the come down that I'm coming down off of.
How many times do you think you've done this
I never do drugs. Like, I barely do drugs. I do drugs, but then like once in like a few like weeks. Not even like that. Like months go by and then I'll do drugs.
I see.
Rest our ears for a second.
Where did you smell this in the basement, right?
Because I was looking for Donna and yeah.
You do anything particular with the head or the body? What do you do with the blood? What happened to all the blood?
It's still in there, still in the tote. I mean, with the,
The pill.
there's a shower in the basement. You go in the next side over and I just dumped it out after the drain. It's probably still in there.
Where did you go? The bucket?
Well, I drained his head. Well, like, after I saw his blood, I put it in the bucket, but then there's still blood in this bucket because it's coming out of the head. Should have took the drain. And then
So you cleaned his head in the shower and then dumped the bucket?
I should have cleaned his head in the shower. I should have polished it up, but, yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
And what do you use to smell that? About heading?
The knives.
The knives.
Yeah.
Well, you said one was a butter knife. What kind of knives were they then? Big knives or knives? Butcher knives?
They were the kitchen knives, those are just.
Butcher block?
There was two like little knives there. And then, they were like probably 4 inches. And then, the other ones, they were probably like 6-inch knives.
Where were they?
One was a steak knife, one was a bread knife.
When you say bread knife, is that like a serrated edge on it, or is it a flat edge on the bread knife? You know what I mean by serrated?
It's
And where were these knives in the kitchen?
They're in.
Mike Middleton, yeah, we are all about diversity. We've got a Jew, a foreigner, and a black guy on the stream. We're diverse.
They were in.
United stream.
Are they in, like a knife
Yes, my-
holder thing or a drawer or where?
We got all types of diversity here too. I identify as a black.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Some holder up there.
That's the one right there. Like it was in the.
By the end.
This is so disturbing.
It's disturbing that their audio is so bad. To be fair, to be
Yeah,
honest.
that's also true. I hate the audio.
That's how messed up my head was. Like I was really messed up. Like I don't know what was going on. I was just going crazy. And,
I hate.
I don't know what was going on at all because this. I think it was the open area. I wasn't in a room by myself. There was no door. It's an open area. There was an open area. I didn't like it. It was different. At all.
Or was there anybody else there?
Maybe upstairs.
Upstairs. And how come why did you leave? Did anything cause you to leave the house?
I kept on hearing footsteps,
Okay.
gunshots. So
What else? I'm sorry.
gunshots.
Gunshots. Why did you think you heard those?
I have no idea.
Do
Sounds
you
like
have a gun?
paranoia.
I did not.
Did you hear a gun in the house?
No, I think
The
it was
clicking noise is
outside.
coming from the video. It's probably the air conditioning or fan or
You
something.
afraid someone was coming
It was
there?
weird. I'm never paranoid, but then out of nowhere, like I got a
Not paranoid.
first for a couple of seconds, and then we go away, and then like 2 minutes come back. It was weird.
See, the clicking is coming from the video, not us.
I'm in like the open.
We're professionals.
Yeah. Too much room.
Yeah.
Is it Chandler's typing?
And check.
Okay. Well, I'm sure I'm gonna have some questions for you. I'll take a cake break. Need some water.
We get to take a break
So
for
what happened?
half a second.
You know what happened to Chad?
Yeah, he's got body parts in his hand, so he's got to get that out.
Yeah. Well,
I
yeah.
forgot about that. I've been off of it right now. I blame the fucking drugs.
Just a minute. Are you supposed to take any prescription medications? Okay. All right. I want to look into a couple other things and we'll be with you and if you need anything, knock on the door. Okay?
Just as a point of reference, they said the second video is worse quality than the first video.
Okay?
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to that. Jesus.
It's great. I need
To be fair, it's still just that room. That room is nightmare. It's just all echo. There's no sound.
Usually you're good, they were saying, I think it's stitches, you got 24 hours. Do you think you cut yourself over 24 hours ago?
Oh, yeah, I just did it like 4 hours ago.
You did it 4 hours ago?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's actually one of the things that we want to kind of do is we call it timeline. Just to kind of get an idea of what you were doing since you first had contact with Chad.
Timeline again. This is police 101. Let's go through
How
the
did
timeline
you
again.
call him up? Did he call you up? Or did you just show up at his house? Or how did you decide to go over to his place?
Hey. I said, hey, come over here. And that.
Now, for you people in the
Yeah,
chat,
my
the reason why they're
God.
going to keep asking you about the timeline because
You
they want
called
to
him?
find inconsistency. That's the way they
Yeah.
convict you. Inconsistencies in your
You have a
story
phone?
makes you seem less credible.
No, it's actually
Tell
my
me
friend,
again from the beginning.
Our friend, AJ.
The
Where were
truth
you?
doesn't change. Lies do.
That's Scott.
Okay, are you there too?
Yeah.
So you're at Scott's. And your friend AJ was there? What's AJ's, you know, any other, his last name or first
Big
name?
Gannon.
Huh?
He's Gannon.
Cannon?
Big Gannon, yeah.
What do you spell that, you know?
Gannon.
Would Scott know who he is?
Yeah.
Was Scott there?
He's referenced as Black AJ.
Is he a black guy?
He's a black guy.
Okay.
He's got Jews girls.
Was, Scott there then when you and AJ were at the apartment on Eastman?
Yes.
We
walked over there.
So you called Shad using AJ's phone?
AJ
Okay.
talked to Shad.
AJ talked to Shad.
Yeah. And he was just like, hey man, come on, over to Scott. And then Shad was like, I might have got a ride, but can you come get me? And so then
Did you text him?
yeah. So then he's like, wait, never mind, I'm gonna ride. So then we went and got him.
Okay. And then who
So
went?
is there only one person there? Or the two cops?
Yeah, I took him in.
Did you go by yourself or somebody else?
I grabbed it. I took AJ and I put him in the seat. And then,
So you and AJ went to Shad? To Shad?
yeah.
Which I think this was.
Thanks, Adam. That's really sweet. It's like 90 degrees in LA today, so I'm trying
So you and AJ.
That's a
were
cold
at
spell here in
Scott's.
Houston. It's like
And
110 every
AJ
day.
contacted
Oh, I'm gonna be in
Shad
Houston in 3 weeks. I'm looking
by
forward to it.
text
I'm staying in
message.
air conditioning the whole time.
Saying come over.
My God.
And you guys have
Were you and
humidity.
AJ using drugs at that time?
That's a whole
Yeah,
other
it's
thing.
no, we're
it's
smoking
heat
you
and high
Mary
humidity
Jane.
all day, every day.
Smoking marijuana? Okay. So then you,
Marijuana.
who went and picked
Ready,
up,
Ready?
What?
You ready for the heat?
Shad?
We grabbed, I put AJ in the front seat and then
Been
we
a
went
minute
over
before
to
before
Shad.
I've died. I'm already
And
free.
so how did you get there?
Via van.
Did Scott know you were taking the van?
I said, hey Scott, I'm taking the van, I'm picking up Shad. And then he was just like, no. And then I'm like, okay, and I took it. Yeah.
Okay. So he didn't want you to take it, but you took it
But I
anyway?
took it anyway.
Okay.
No,
And
Rick,
where
I
did you
must
go?
text this. I'm not regretting the move.
To Shad's house.
His dad's house? Mom's house? Where?
Mom's house.
Did you go inside the house at all?
I knocked on the door and said, hey, Shad, come here. And then like, you came here? And then like, he was like, yeah.
All right, so then Shad got into the van, and AJ was in the van, and then where'd you go?
And then we went to, so me and AJ and Shad, we went to his dad's house, right?
Whose house?
We went to his dad's house.
Shad's dad?
Shad's dad, we went from his mom's to his dad's.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, I don't know. And then, from there, we went and picked up some dope.
So was anybody at Shad's dad's house? Was Shad's dad there?
Yeah, Shad's dad was there.
Okay. Did you talk to him or have contact with him?
Good old Michael B, yeah.
Okay. How long were you think you were at Shad's dad's house?
Like 10 minutes.
Okay. And where'd you go to store, dope?
I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't even know where it was. Like, I'm just like, put in the Addy. And he's like, oh, and then he went and got it. And then,
So who made arrangements to get that?
maybe Shad?
Shad
Shad?
did?
Yeah.
So, do you remember, was it a business, a house, or a car? So you met somebody in a car? What did it happen?
No, he was just like, hey, you got any pretty girls inside? I'm like, hell no, I'm gonna knock his ass out. But he says that, right? And then, like, for me to go in and get the dope, I'm gonna knock in the dope. I'm like, Shad, go get the dope. So Shad went and got the dope, and then he came back with the dope.
Okay, and where was this, do you think?
This was, I don't know, I have no idea, I just.
Was it a house or apartment or?
You said put the Addy and somebody used their cell phone to find the house address.
Could have been.
You know, who might have looked it up.
I have no idea.
A shed?
I have no idea.
The shed is the one that went in to get the dough. How much did you buy?
Oh, that was on me, I gave him $100.
Okay, so you bought $100 worth of meth?
That's what I did.
All right, and is the three of you still in the van?
Yeah, when he got back in,
And where'd you guys go?
we went back to Scott.
All right, went back to Scott's. Who's all there then?
Scott, AJ, Shad, and me.
And what'd you guys do?
We smoked.
Smoke what?
The reefer.
Marijuana?
We smoked the reefer. I didn't smoke the reefer. You know, they smoked the reefer.
Who had that? Who had the reefer?
For real?
Someone bring it with them, or is that already there?
It was, the reefer was there. The reefer was there. And then after that, me and Shad, we were talking on the beach.
Rob, you got the link. Get in here, brother.
Hey, Rob.
So you and Shad smoked some meth at Scott's?
Yeah, just someone.
So where were you guys located?
That would be Eastman.
Rob's here today.
Right, were you in an apartment, but were you in a bedroom, in a living room, in the kitchen?
Bedroom.
Was Scott using any of it?
He was chilling on the chair, rocking back and forth.
Did you see you guys smoking meth or marijuana?
No, that's all behind him. He can't see. He can't see it, no.
Why not?
Because that's behind him.
Okay.
He's facing this way, we're this way.
Okay. So then the three of you smoking marijuana, and you and Shad smoked meth. And so then what happened then? Who went where?
I started cutting Shad's hair.
That's right, you said you gave him a haircut.
Give him a good haircut and everything, and then right after that,
Ricada Law with a $50 super chat. Pain still works after death, boys.
You
Death
love
is
it.
not the end. It's only the beginning.
I'm so happy you got your power back, Nick. That's
tried it on.
just to send that super chat. That was fantastic.
Me and Shad, we took out. I shot him up, and I took him out. I did. I had one shot too.
And where did you get that stuff from?
That's the same place.
I know it.
Morbid questions.
Well, so you bought it with the meth, you bought the other stuff too? Where did you shoot them up with?
Same shit. The trazodone?
Yeah.
I crushed it. I crushed it up.
And where did you get the trazodone from?
The table.
The table, where's the table located?
It was right by Scott's
Was it Scott's trazodone?
Yeah, he is.
Are you sure it's trazodone?
They said it on the bottle.
So you took some pills from where? You said on a
From
table?
the counter.
On a counter? And it said trazodone on the label?
Yep.
And was it Scott's pills? Was Scott's name on there too?
Yeah.
And you crushed them up, and then what did you do with them?
I put it in the syringe. I pulled it back, and then I shot him.
Okay. And you said you took a shot too?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Where did you get the injection? Where did you inject them at?
I got it from a friend.
No, but I mean, when you shot,
Where did I shoot him up?
yeah,
Shit, probably in the arm.
in the army then?
There.
You said you got the hypo from a friend? Yeah. Have you used drugs, they call it intravenously, some meters before?
Yeah.
All right, so were you guys in a bedroom, in a living room, or someplace else where, bedroom? Okay. And then what do you guys do?
And we just took off because we just headed over to his mom's house. We got cozy on the bed and we drove into the driveway, right? Opened the door, we went down the stairs. We chilled on the bed, and right after we chilled on the bed, he put the collar on.
So you and Shad left, Scott's van. Did Scott know you were leaving?
I said, hey, I don't even know, actually. I don't know.
Do you remember what time that was, or was it day, dark out, light out? Night, you know what I mean? What time of day was it, you think?
Yep, he put the dog collar on himself because that's how they roll.
I really have no idea. I don't know the clocks, I don't know the phone.
Was it dark out?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to Shad's parents' house, Shad's mom's house.
Mhm.
Did you meet anybody as you were arriving?
And kudos to the parents for giving their 24-year-old son a fuck pad.
All right, and then you went into the basement.
Yep. Open the door and then into the basement, down the stairs, and then onto the bed where you click on the collar.
Was it right away you started doing
They're
that?
admitting it right now. This is very
This is what I
admissible.
remember.
How long do you think you were in the basement?
And the jury is watching this, correct?
Yeah.
I really don't know.
Was it during the day at all?
I really don't know.
He gets under as a
You
party
sleep at all?
I mean, I
admission.
was playing with him all night,
No,
so.
which is great.
Because you're playing with him all night?
Yeah.
What all during the
Yes,
day?
this definitely qualifies as an admission against your own interests.
So is the jury watching this and thinking, oh, she's insane and we should send her to a mental asylum?
From the time you got to
That's
Shad's
what the
mom,
defense hopes. I think the defense here sees a
How long do
win
you
for the
think you were
insanity.
there
They can
before
prove
you
that she's
left?
insane. That's their win because she's not getting off from this.
No.
Well,
she
does she
got
seem?
off.
I'm just asking. Does she seem insane to any of you?
Like,
Nope.
No.
until
But
he like
that's the
died,
thing, though.
or
It's
like.
like
no, until you actually left.
it's
Also,
the
I
act that makes it insane. Like,
So
that
by the
can
time
be
you first
insane,
got
right?
there to the time you
There's also
actually left,
temporary
I don't
insanity
know.
too.
I don't do times. Like, I really don't do this.
was it overnight?
Yeah.
So I'm asking because it was the time that the boyfriend see.
Did at some point the boyfriend have to let you and,
Shut
into the house?
Who don't lock the door
Did he unlock the door
and open it?
and opened it for you guys?
He did.
Okay, so when you guys got there after shooting up the first time and coming back from Eastman, he did open the door for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then, from then till the time you left, how long do you think it was? A whole day? An hour? You know what I mean?
It was, shit, I don't even know, like, he
So you got there and Chad's mom's boyfriend let you in.
Mhm.
And you went to the basement. Did you start getting together right away, or did you sleep for a while, or what do you think you remember you did?
We went there,
Law and Lumber with a hat,
5
everybody.
minutes in, I was already choking him.
And the
So
Steve
that's
Gosney
pretty good.
sighting as
Yeah.
well. Wow.
Hey, Rob.
Hey guys.
You talk about.
Oh, Steve. Hi.
Crazy brings everybody around.
Oh, this is a great
My
video. I'm
house
so happy.
was sitting with his corpse.
Was it light out? at some
Business
point?
brings all the boys to the
Was
yard.
the sun out?
When I looked out the little window, I seen it.
You could see
I
light?
could see the
So
light.
you were playing with him when it was light out?
Yep.
All right,
Living
so
in a bucket brings all the boys
particularly with
together.
them, you said 5 minutes of getting there, you guys started, he pulled off the chains, I guess you were saying. And you put it on his neck.
Yeah,
Did you put one on, you never put one on yours, or did you put one
I
on?
did.
You
I
did.
did. It was tiny. I finally got it around and I put it on my neck and I took it off. After he was on, but like,
So, started choking him, and when you were choking him, what did he do? What were you guys doing, I guess? Try to explain it as best as you can.
He was coughing up the blood, right, and I was just waiting for him to die, and then, like, I was looking at his purple face.
Well, did he expect to have sex with you?
Cause I felt like it was fucked up, I'm like, damn, I'm already this far, so then I just like,
I understand, but
It already
why
gone
would
this
he put
far and
the
decided
chain
to
around
go
his neck?
more. Wow.
because he was sneaking up, yeah.
So was he expecting to have sex with you then? Kicking sex?
I assume so.
But you said that he just started choking. How long did it take for him to die?
Like, 3 to 5 minutes, maybe. But, I don't know. I have no idea.
You said that when you were choking, you started coughing up blood.
Oh, yeah. Like, damn.
And you just decided that.
I like to see what happens,
So
you know,
you
I'm
just
curious.
kept going harder and.
I
So you wanna see what happened when he died?
I just watched it, yeah.
She's so comfortable
Well,
talking
this
about
one
her
was
friend.
different. This one's common.
Blood. So when he put the chain around his neck, he thought that you guys were going to have kinky sex, right? You think that's what Chad was thinking, maybe?
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
Oh, good question.
I was gonna do the same thing. You know, I was going in, and I did, and I went in. But then he was like, choke me, but he didn't really say it, so I'm like, he put it on his neck. I already know I'm gonna choke him, and I did. So,
All right, so before that, was there any foreplay?
we launched onto the bed. We went from the stairs to the bed, and then, yeah.
Were clothes on or off?
Yeah, and now the,
But before you chain went around his neck, were you and Chad like kissing or any foreplay or anything?
no, we were chilling at home.
You just chilling. So all of a sudden, the chain went around his neck?
Yeah.
How come? I'm just trying to get it.
He likes it.
Alright.
I was gonna walk him like a dog.
And he wanted that?
I have no idea. Well, I was gonna do it anyway.
Okay. And you claim it was his idea? With the chain?
Obviously mine. No, it was his idea. It was all him.
Alright, so you're on the bed, the chain goes around his neck and you start choking him. And you just realized that he was gonna die or what?
I'm just like, shit. I think I went a little too far. 'Cause, like I was blacking out while I was doing it, right? And then like, and then like, I look at him, I'm like, shit, he's already purple. I'm like, fuck, I'm like, I don't know if he's fucking, is he good? But then like when I woke up, like, you know, during the blackout, I'm like, shit. Like he was coughing up blood. I'm like, I don't know, I just kept on going. Like, damn. Sorry.
You made the comment, you said that when you were choking, you was coughing up blood, you kind of were like, I'm going this far, I'm just gonna keep going. Did you realize that by continuing that pace home?
Like, yeah, because I felt bad that he's like, because I'm like, damn, he's gonna be losing after this. I'm like, might as well just kill it.
Okay. So you realize that by continuing that you may actually kill him then?
He was, I swear to God, he was telling me, he's just like, just do it. So I'm like, wow. And I did it.
Okay.
Like, I swear to God, I'm like, fuck. I'm like, I accidentally fucked up and then I'm like, fuck. I'm like, ah. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. All those
And you also said that you enjoyed it, right? And I enjoyed it.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Yeah. What'd you enjoy about that?
I'm just,
Was it kind of thrilling, a rush, exciting? What was the feeling that you got out of it?
that's all it is.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand what you were feeling, you're saying that it's like joy of, you know, did it make you happy, was it just kind of exciting, like opening Christmas presents,
Like,
or?
I don't know. Like, this is the thing that I have, like, I've always had, you know, like, you ever love something so much that you kill it?
Did you ever love something so much you killed
that
it?
I love something so much that I kill it. like, I feel it so much, and then I feel it. That's what happens to me. So,
All right, so he dies, he's dead. And then you just kept playing with his body? Okay. And, when did you decide to, how long did you play with his body?
Yeah, Lenny did it. Mice and Men.
Is that when you thought it was booked outside and it might have been light out too?
I don't know, it's so dark.
Still dark?
Yeah. Oh, it's gotta be like,
Nice literary
2,
blast.
3 hours.
2 or 3 hours after his death.
Is that also when you, used the dildo?
Yeah.
Did you have sex with his body at all? At any point, or any type of sexual contact? You know, obviously the dildo and stuff, but.
I grinded on him, I put the dick in his ass.
You grinded on,
Yeah, I listened.
did you ever put his penis in your vagina? Or you just grind on him?
She nods yes. She inserted his dead schlong into her body. Jesus.
Yeah. And then he got half, he was like half hard while I was still sucking while he was dead.
Oh my God.
Good morning, Rob.
Jeff, what have you done to us all?
That is part of
Jesus.
thing.
How's part of the
Actually, I was just, I was severing his head while I was doing that too.
Bad time to laugh.
Yeah.
So when, so it was only a couple hours before you severed his head? Or did you fall asleep at any point in time, or? So how long do you think you were in that basement? Because you didn't leave until like 3 or 4 this morning, right? But what about during the day? What did you do during the day?
I don't know, like I was kind of like dozing off, like nodding out.
He was dead already? Was his head still on?
No, I took that off. That was the first thing I took off.
Okay.
No, I took that
What about
off.
the rest of his body?
She's so nonchalant about it.
And then the rest of his body, it's like on the fucking I don't even know what it is. It's in a big blue container, you know? And it's big.
Container?
It's like a big Tupperware, it's not Tupperware, but it's a Tupperware container, like a.
Big storage tank?
Yeah, one of those, and then,
So that's where body parts are in? Or I thought they're in a black bag.
they're scattered around.
Okay, so both probably. But when did you start, cutting up his body?
Like almost right away, I was sucking and cutting at the same time.
But what about the rest of his body parts? Did that take all day?
Wait.
Did you?
What?
Did
I was getting pissed off at the dismemberment process, actually.
Did you say sucking and cutting at the same time?
Yeah, because like I was nodding out. I was nodding
Yeah.
out.
Okay, so
That
you're
answers
kind
that
of
question.
shifting, kind of nodding in and out. Have you taken any other drugs?
I should have took drugs. That probably would have helped, but I didn't.
I should have took drugs. It probably would have helped. Well, there goes her "I was stoned out of my mind" defense.
Do you remember it being daylight at all?
Yeah, when I looked at
There is not enough alcohol in the world for this trial.
And was his body together still then? Or?
It is 9 in the morning in Los
I had
Angeles.
fun with him for that 2 hours and then boom.
So but it took a while to cut the rest of the body
It's
up?
not here, but I can't do it.
All messed up too.
So, I'm just trying to ask why I understand your rules. So you said we cutting and then we cut a knot off, kind of wake up and start cutting again.
Yeah.
So it took you a little while to cut the body apart. There were times where you went on after whatever, you didn't work nonstop to dismember his body, right?
I mean, I probably did. Well, in my sleep, I do things in my sleep.
You do things in your sleep.
But yeah, but like, that's probably it right there.
Did anybody ever come downstairs at all?
Tara came, she came downstairs and then, with the kitty cat, and then she set the kitty cat down. And, flip over the kitty cat and then just kept walking around. And I threw the kitty cat, and then, yeah.
Did you talk to her?
I'm like, hey Tara. I don't know, it's just weird. Cause like it was an open space, you know, like there's no closed door and like, it was weird.
Did she saw anything?
I have no idea. I don't even have to ask her. It's a big cat, so.
So you think she came down at one point and dropped the kitty cat off downstairs in the basement? Nice.
How long was she in the basement? Just shortly to drop the cat, or?
Yeah, she just came down there, dropped the cat off, to go use the kitty litter,
Okay.
the box, and then she went right back upstairs. Yeah, and then,
All right, so then throughout this process, you would cut off a body part with one of the knives, and you would put it in the bag or the tote or something like that.
yeah, I was still tweaking out, so like, I don't want to get on that, and then I'm like, wow, it's getting go. So I dropped it off, and then I was cutting it, and it was getting go. And I was tweaking, so like, I'm like, oh shoot. I shouldn't have done that.
Oof.
I didn't mean for all this to happen, and I'm like, I fucked up, I know I fucked up, and I'm like, shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what happened.
No, you know, it's feelings, got a mom and a sister and a dad and family and more than being sorry, you know.
We all make mistakes.
You kill them.
You gotta tell the sister sorry.
Tell your sister
Didn't mean
sorry.
for that to happen.
You didn't mean to kill them.
I
But you didn't
didn't.
try to help them.
No, I didn't, no. It works both ways, like, I have no idea, like,
You was
it
gonna
gotta
die,
be put into change.
right? You knew he was gonna die, so.
I mean, I didn't, but at the same time, I woke up like, fuck, that's bad. I didn't know what to do, cause like, he was gonna be like, ah, like, fuck, I didn't know. You know what I mean? Cause like, I don't know.
But you liked it?
I liked it. I'm like, fuck, like, it was, like, I didn't know what to do, but like, oh, I liked it though.
Well, you knew that you didn't want to call the police or ambulance or anything, so.
Actually, I thought about it. And then, I was getting angry at myself.
Mhm.
Very angry at myself because I didn't have practice.
You know,
Sucks not having that.
was it sexual side to you when you were choking? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Very.
Was it exciting when
I do
you
not
were
know what you mean.
sucking
Nice,
his penis
Nicole.
after he was dead?
It was very exciting. Everything was, we should check on my panties. Boom.
Hey, can you see us? I'm gonna ask you a question. I just want to kind of clarify some things quick. I think we're all
Look,
reassured.
let me take over this.
Probably, I believe he's gonna stop. It won't take long. So, after the
God
incident where you choked him out,
She's laughing
can
and
you
smiling. Look at
describe
that.
how you placed him before, because you said you cut his head off first, correct?
Yeah.
Can you describe where was he laying on the bed?
I pulled him,
Okay,
like, say this is the bed.
okay, so this is the top of the bed?
Yeah. And,
The judge doesn't know.
I pulled him, and then, his head was hanging off.
So he was probably laying face out? So
Yeah.
his back was on the bed,
Back was on the
his
bed.
head's partially off the bed?
Yeah.
Okay,
And then, the tub was like right there.
like the pail that you had the
Yeah.
head in before? Okay. So basically his head's here and the bucket's right here.
Yeah, and then, from there, I started his,
He cut his head off.
yeah,
After you cut his head off, I know you said you dumped the pail at one point into the shower.
in the shower, yeah.
Did you leave the body there for a while to drain into the pail or what? How?
It's all in the tub, in the blue tub. You found the blue tub, right?
I don't know if they're slowly going through the scene, so there's a lot of his blood. Did you pull the tub under there?
Oh, no, I moved the tub, like, real fast.
Oh, so you cut the head and you pulled the tub under there.
No, when I was dismembering the
Yeah.
body,
Yep.
it was, I mean, I'm going like this with a knife, so there's blood fucking going.
I don't think the judge has seen this before, no.
Yeah, and then,
But initially when you cut his head off, there was a pail underneath, correct? Okay, so the head went into the pail.
Yeah.
The blood went into the pail. Did the blood bucket fill all the way up with blood?
no,
No? Okay.
No.
Then, did you move them again when you started with the pail? Because you're talking about that blue Tupperware thing.
so I think there's a black pail, and then there's a blue Tupperware thing, right?
I
And
think
then
the lawyer couldn't
his head
get
was
enough,
hanging
he's
off.
back for more.
And then I cut the head off, and then, I moved it over, and I brought it back, and then I put it in the pail.
Okay, so initially the head went into the blue Tupperware thing, kind of?
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of blood in that one right now.
In the blue Tupperware thing.
Yeah.
At any point did you, like, before you, because you said you removed the head first,
Uh-huh.
did you start removing limbs right away, or did you kind of wait a little while? And
That's the weird thing, like, cause, when it started happening, like, I started, like, nodding out,
Okay,
and then I was going crazy on the limbs, like, even while I was sleeping, and then it looked messed up, and I didn't like it.
okay.
She took naps in between?
So we do the blue tub, that big tub.
Well, it's hard
How
work,
we-
Rob.
I'm thinking
You
it's
gotta
the way
rest.
you're describing is when you, like, Tupperware tubs about like this size, that's your cubic one, foot one, and that's where most of the blood is. Along like a bunch of his organs.
The organs are everywhere too.
His organs are everywhere.
Yeah.
Did you like hide organs in the house?
Oh, they're in plastic bags,
And Tom?
In, backpacks,
In the
in the
back?
backpacks, and then in the,
Did you remove all organs, like his intestines and everything, or? Where are the intestines? Do you remember?
they're gonna be in a plastic bag.
They're all in plastic bags
They're gonna be
too.
in a plastic
So that
bag.
blue tub is almost just all blood, is what you, I thought you were saying.
It should be like only like this much.
Alright. Okay, we're just trying to clarify a couple of things, I'm just trying to make sense of something, okay?
Okay.
Alright, I appreciate it, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
What the hell?
Thank you.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are yourself?
Alright, can we talk a few minutes again?
Yeah.
Round 3.
So, out at the house right now, there's, you know what a medical examiner is? They're the ones that kind of like take care of people that died and see how they died. And so, you know, they have a bunch of questions for us that we really can't answer. And the biggest questions that they have is exactly how did you dismember, shed? Did you, you know, cut arms, or I mean, or was it just internal organs, or?
So you started on the head, right?
Yeah, and then I don't know where I went from there. I just wanted to.
Did you cut it, or did you remove his arms? Okay, can you show me where you would cut on the arms?
Show me where you cut him. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, show me so I can show the jury exactly.
Was this part of the arm left on?
And I believe this is
Demonstrate
the
on me.
witness right now that is doing this.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
But you know that you cut off at the elbows? Okay, you cut both arms off at the elbows?
I would hope so. Because like I was saying that dismemberment process I did was like really messed up because like I was nodding out. And then I was like sawing it off.
Did his legs
use just a knife?
Just the knife, so like,
Did you remove any parts? Did you dismember his legs at all? What was you on the legs?
I think there's one leg that's actually intact.
Okay.
And then, maybe. Where is it? I have no idea.
And where was his body located when you did this dismembering? Was it in one spot or?
Yeah. It was all in the same spot.
And where's that again?
Blue tub.
So the body was in the blue tub as you were cutting it up? Okay, now did you empty the tub at points, or, you know what I mean?
Was there a bed down there or just a mattress or?
There was a mattress that was laid down there. Should be blood on the sheets. Like a lot of blood, but, I tried to get it out. But, I can't fucking think right now, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm fucking nuts.
Yeah, you know, because, like I said, just, yeah. They'll probably figure it out eventually, but, they just got some questions about, like where blood might have went or most of it went. I mean, you said a
That was
bucket or, that was drained or that. But it was, when you took off his head, was he lying on a mattress? Or was he someplace else?
I had his head hanging off,
The mattress?
and then I was lying out.
But was a bucket underneath his head?
Well, yeah, how is she gonna catch it?
So it was high enough?
I don't know, it just dropped in there.
What's that?
It just dropped in there after I got going.
See?
But it was high enough that it could stand up underneath the body, you know what I mean? So let's say the body, this is the bed, the bucket was able to fit underneath there. Was that bed was high enough for a bucket to fit there? Or would it have to be on its side or something, bucket?
No, the book was just fine where it's at, on the edge of the bed,
On the floor or on the bed itself?
on the floor. So there's a box spring and then there's a mattress.
You know, what do you think should happen if somebody does something like this to somebody else?
Oh my God.
Obviously get prison time, I don't know. Whole lot, like, I don't know, this was out of random.
Think it was the right thing to do?
Probation.
I did it anyway.
They should be let go.
And I just want to clarify, when he had the chain around his neck, were you behind him?
Yeah.
And
You missed the part in Mr.
was just
Investigator where it
one
said you were
end,
riding
two
him
ends,
like a
or
donkey.
the chain, or in, just one, but you hold it out of, you know, I mean, because if you wrap a chain around someone's head, and you just hold one end of the chain, the other end is gonna go loose.
No, so if you've seen, there was a ring, and there's two rings, and then like you can pull the chain from under the ring and then pull it back.
All right, so then a loop at the end of the chain that could go around, kind of like a dog choke collar.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
like
Okay, do you think it was a dog choke collar?
Could have been, very much so.
Was it that size?
It was that size, very large dog.
All right, and so then you would have been, was he laying on the bed? Or kneeling, or something else?
He would have been, on his stomach.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Choker chain? Okay. And there were two of those, correct? You said there was two of them.
Clearly her love language is actions.
Yeah.
Smaller?
Yeah.
No, Jeff, it's gifts.
This is
Get that.
Mr. Gannon?
That Adrian?
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the one.
No, Rob, no.
So he was lying face down on the bed? Or was he just on his hands and knees?
He was
Or,
lying face down on the bed.
okay,
There's no lawyer involved at this point.
Yeah, I was on his back.
She didn't ask for one, apparently. Not right away.
Hopefully that, hope then, you know.
Did you guys find all the
Maybe that's part of her insanity defense.
So,
I was happy to say
going through the
well, she did
process
this cop, but I
of,
was not crazy enough to ask for a lawyer.
did you remove any other, you said you had the heart and the liver up with the lung. Did you remove all that from the chest cavity? Or did you leave them in there, or
It could be in there.
do you remember, or
They're all in plastic bags.
separate bags, or one big bag?
They're all in separate bags or Walmart bags. And
Did you label them?
No, it should be low. Okay. Are you
Not
doing,
too much
doing all
at this
right?
point.
You need anything, or hungry or anything, or
Buy the ticket, take the ride.
what?
just one.
Well, you're right, I mean, you don't need any food, or you got water, obviously, so if you need anything, or you go to the restroom, knock on the door, and then, you realize that, you're probably going to jail after this when we're done, so.
I didn't know that.
I'm just, tell them what it is, and don't like screw around with anybody, so.
All right. Yeah.
You've been forthcoming with us, so we're gonna be forthcoming with you.
Thank you.
And we appreciate it.
I mean, like Dave said, if somebody kills somebody and dismembers them, do you kind of think that that person probably should go to jail?
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, this shit was fucked up, so, I don't even know, I'm like, goddamn. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we see where we're coming from and what we got to do. Nothing personal.
Sucks.
All right.
You need something to sit on the door.
Thank you.
This is where they go out of the room and go, do you think we have enough? Do you think we have enough?
You know what the worst is? Now the jury goes to lunch.
Detective Graff, the video that we all just watched, is that video accurate and consistent with what you recall from your in-person meeting with Taylor SCHABUSINESS on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Just want to address one thing. At the beginning of the video, she's wearing a yellow outfit. Toward the end, she's wearing a blue outfit. Can you explain that for the jury?
She loves changing
When she went
outfits.
to the hospital to have her thumb checked, the hospital changed her into the blue scrubs.
Breaded knives.
And
for
then
chopping you.
you indicated there was also the
Breaded
recorded interview from the 28th. I intend to play a much shorter portion of the interview from the 28th.
What do we think the cafeteria is serving at the courthouse today?
Please let it be sandwiches.
Head cheese.
I'd have a salad.
So you took the ring fingers,
Like, you
is
just
that why
imagine
you
them sit down with a big ass sandwich. Anyone got a bread knife?
Sloppy Joe's.
I was staring at it, I was looking at it, right as I was going to go up the stairs. And I just I left it there. Like I was going to come back, I was going to come back, and I left it there. And I had his foot.
Yeah. But you gonna eventually take all the parts, you think, did you?
Yeah, I really don't know.
Did someone spook you?
Oh, I kept on hearing like footsteps up and down the stairs.
That's the question that we given. Do you remember wiping up the concrete floor right then? Remember wiping it up?
No, before I speech, they were right there.
Okay. And then you put those in the bags like that. What do you do with the stalks? Did you put them in?
I think, yeah, I had no idea.
Okay, would you use those to back up the blood?
Yes,
Did you move to that
yes, I did.
to cover that up?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember, thinking like all the stand-up showers and then there's probably a basement? There's that shower? You clean that area up too?
Absolutely, that's my ability.
Like with water or
And that speech.
you used to speed? That's right, we're just speeding. And so, that, you know what you saw. You're feeling, were you anxious, angry, excited?
Well, when I woke up and I seen that this happened and there was like the environment around me, and I was like, it feels like I'm on a hidden camera TV show right now. And I was like, what the? Yeah, I was angry. So I was really pissed off and freaking out a little bit.
So,
Yeah, very much so. One, the victim was like my friend, right? And two, it's it was an open area.
I'm saying,
Very open area. I didn't like that one bit. The dismemberment process was awful.
yeah. Can you go into a little bit on that?
Yes, I should phrase something to that. Sure. Were you cleaning up so that you were out?
Well, yeah, to the best of my ability, I almost like called on myself like 4 times because I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's people upstairs.
Sure.
There's people upstairs. I'm like, how am I gonna get away with this at all?
No one of your thoughts when you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, I was just like, there's no way I'm gonna get away with this, and now I'm fucking screwed.
And that's part of the reason you put it in different bags or cleaning up, is that correct?
I was cleaning up, but then like when I said I was tripping out in the body, it was like it was rebuilding itself because I already cut off his arm and his arm came back on. I'm looking at this, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way, you know? And then I'm like, am I that high?
Would you cut it off again?
Yeah.
So,
And it took forever.
yeah, I know what you're talking about, the one of his arms had where you cut it. We never cut all of it.
Yeah. That's weird because I cut it all the way off. And then that's, I'm just saying that, like, I don't know.
Was it so easily moved then? Because he was a bigger guy than you?
Because I'm looking at this, I'm like, how do I get Shad out of here? Can't just leave Shad here and be like, hey mom, Shad's dead. So, yeah.
Wow.
And Detective Graff, the portion of the video that we just watched from the February 28th, 2022 interview, does that accurately reflect a portion of your interview with Ms. SCHABUSINESS on that date, February 28th?
Yes, it does.
As insane as it
And I
sounds,
would
it actually
move
went
for
faster than I was
formally
expecting.
move for the admission of Exhibit 110.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can I confer with Mr. Lissay for 1 minute?
Yeah. His conference is going something like this. What do we do now? We're screwed. Give me some help.
Does she eventually request a lawyer?
Not on the video, apparently. But see, I was happy that they whittled it down from 7+ hours to 70 minutes. Now I think I want to see the other 6 hours just for prurry and interest
That'll be
sake.
received.
You want more of that?
Detective Graff is not in the
Wow, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yes.
February 28th.
I mean, I have a strong stomach.
To
but,
interview whether Ms. SCHABUSINESS mentioned having any contact with Stephen Hendricks during this incident.
I recall that, if I recall correctly, I think at first she didn't mention that, but then later on she did.
And the contact relative to the eyeglasses?
Eyeglasses.
Oh, yes, she did mention that at one point she did go up into the kitchen and had contact with Mr. Hendricks and borrowed some glasses. Yes.
I have no further questions for Detective Graff. I don't know if the court wishes to take a break before cross-examination.
We will. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 minutes to 12. I'm going to ask you to be back here in the jury room. We'll take an hour and 15 minutes. So try to be back shortly after 1:05 or so. So then we'll get underway promptly. Right? And all rise for the jury.
This is a tough cross because now what do? You kind of have to go back through the story, may try to bring up some inconsistencies in their techniques, at the end of the day, she's telling the story. That whole testimony was his client telling you how she cut the body up. It's like, what else can you do?
Yeah. Right, well, I don't. There goes my nap. I don't think I'm getting any sleep for the next hour.
Anything to bring up before we recess for lunch, Mr. Saunders? No. Mr. Fraley?
No.
Can I ask Mr. Saunders, or Mr. Lozay, either one, do you have a sense of how many more witnesses do you have? Is this the last witness?
This is,
Yes, it's our last witness.
That's the state's last witness, people.
So, one more. That's why I said you don't even need this witness.
Yeah.
But
Proposed jury instructions so that you can start taking a look at that. My judicial assistant is out, but I'll try to have those on your desks by the time you return. Okay? Very good. Then we are in recess until 1 o'clock.
Your Honor, there is one other issue. The defense then would have Scott Tomes as a witness, but apparently he's unavailable. And
He's like, fuck it, I'm not having anything to do with it.
You know, the timing of his unavailability is suspect for me, but I conferred with the prosecutors and they've advised that he is simply not available. So what we talked about was talking about potentially some agreed facts that could be presented to the jury. It's an unusual situation for me to be in, but you know, as a lawyer, when you issue a subpoena, people are expected to appear. So I'm caught in a difficult spot.
Your
Well,
witness,
you can
your
address it to
problem.
me when you come back at 1 o'clock, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Very good. We're in recess.
Thank you.
So in other words, the defense doesn't have anything to say in defense for this. They're going all in on the insanity for the second phase.
nah.
Wait, so if the defense had an outstanding subpoena, they can issue a bench warrant or a capias to try and bring his ass into jail. What is he relying on the prosecutor's subpoena?
Seems like it.
It seems foolish.
Comments, people.
We're stunned.
This is why lawyers have if people ever wonder about the weird sense of humors that lawyers have, and the weird things, this is part of it. So,
Or their high alcoholism rate.
yeah.
Yeah.
There is a, yeah.
Well, I'm scarred for life. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Yikes. I'll make a comment. I think that the one thing I've seen a lot of defendant interviews. It's unusual, very unusual to see somebody just come right out, admit it, first step. There wasn't a lot of preliminary. A lot of times there's denials and they have to beat around the bush for an hour or whatever. But she just kind of took a plunge, she just kind of said the honest truth right up from the beginning,
Yeah, that's what I said.
I don't know what to make of
it.
that. I don't know what to make of that.
That's part of
but
the
it's unusual.
intent, I think, because the defense, the prosecution has been showing that she's had this infatuation with Jeffrey Dahmer her entire life. There's pictures of Shad Theory and the victim looking very, very Dahmer-ish in the pictures. So there's things she did all this searching about Dahmer's butt, sexy Dahmer pictures, Jeff Boyardee.
Jeffrey Dahmer walking all sexy into court was like my favorite one.
Yeah.
Just like,
and
who
I
thinks
think
of it
they're
like
doing this
that?
to show that she is emulating Jeffrey Dahmer. And that was one of the things Dahmer did. He admitted to everything right up front. So I think they're doing it to show a pattern of intent.
I've seen it in interviews
Aiden?
before.
Well, it's weird because in my mind, anyone that was watching the show yesterday, now I'm just comparing it to the Dickerson case, which is the mother that smothered her 3 kids. Because the whole thing was that she very clearly knew exactly what she was doing. She was very methodical about it, but it's that supposedly she's saying one day I just snapped. This business was apparently whacked out of her mind or whatever else. But it's the fact that she took naps, the fact that she did all this sort of stuff after the fact, and I'm comparing that to the Dickerson case where she basically literally got into bed and then sat there for 3 hours and processed things. And it's sort of, to me, I'm looking at this going, is this all part of the insanity defense? I know that he wasn't allowed to, but I feel like the only thing the defense counsel there could have said was, so officer, in your professional opinion, would it be normal for an individual to provide all of this without a lawyer present? Or some shit like that. It would have been objected to completely. But What else are you going to do in this situation? She's
Well,
on
there-
camera telling everything.
There are parts of the interview though. So she says she has to go back and cut the arm because she swore she cut it off, and then she woke up and it was there again. She had to cut it off a second time. That was one part. There's the part about going up and asking the mom's boyfriend for the glasses. That's another part. And the methodical thing, I don't know. I feel like it kind of cuts both ways.
So to speak.
Oh,
pun
wow.
intended.
I just realized what came out of my mouth. Yep. I don't know. Steve, did you have any thoughts on, because I know that you've done a bunch of the NGI research before.
Yeah,
He's written
well,
an
this
article
is
on it.
not NGI because she's very conscious. The whole purpose, well, one of her purposes of cutting him up was to conceal, like, oh, the mother's
Yeah.
gonna find out. So the concealment it defeats NGI.
Mhm.
NGI it's a long shot anyway. Most people think that, oh, there's all these people getting away with murder on insanity defenses. That
It's rare.
It's,
Very
it's
rare.
a very hard defense to prove.
Well,
And yeah.
Well, even hold on though. Even if you're found NGI, you still spend the rest of your life in a mental
Life in-
institution. Like
Yeah.
for
Right,
instance,
well,
here in
that's
New York,
true, yes.
everybody who's found on an NGI, no one has ever in the history of the state been let out after being found and on an
Like
NGI.
their
So,
entire life.
yeah. So
But she would be a fascinating subject for lots of academic researchers. She will to be
smell an
psychologically
article.
analyzed.
But see, and that was that was kind of the tragedy of Jeffrey Dahmer being murdered in prison. That was one of the few times when you actually got someone who was full disclosure about everything he was thinking, doing at the time. He was a gold mine for psychologists and psychiatry.
But why would you put him in? Like, if you're in prison with that guy, he's got to go. I'm not sharing my cell with this guy. He's got
Oh,
somebody.
yeah.
If I'm in there for life
Yeah.
and he's in there for life and he's
Solitary
been
for
eating
life.
people, yeah, he can't be a general pop. He's got to go. Unfortunately.
I don't know if I'd call that a tragedy, Jeff, necessarily. I mean,
For the
I don't know if I could use that word.
Well, no, Chandler, pushing back on that, because here's the thing: you have a Dahmer, right? So you have Jeffrey Dahmer, and then you have this SCHABUSINESS, and a lot of the behaviors, demeanors, stuff like that are consistent with. It would be interesting to study and compare how these individuals, with the history of Dahmer and then SCHABUSINESS, how they came to be where they are. And seeing, you can now make comparatives between their respective lives and upbringings and backgrounds. So it is kind of a loss to society as a whole in seeking to prevent stuff like this from happening in the future.
There's
It's
definitely, I mean, she's so disassociated. There's like zero empathy. It's a real like disc. It's almost like you see her eyes really remind me like of a great white shark. When you see it, they're just kind of black all the way across, like there's no real soul in them. And this is kind of what it's like. She doesn't really have any kind of human connection. I'm wondering how much of that is drug created, because I know a lot of our murderers that we deal with have high levels are basically cocaine has burnt out all their pleasure centers. I'm wondering if this is, the meth has burnt out her compassion such that this is sort of like she can do this, and there's a certain sick pleasure of this dismemberment and this like the Dahmer connection. It's odd. This is a very odd personality. I mean, this is the most unusual case I've seen in a long, long time.
Well, you're right. She talks about these extremely disturbing things that she's doing as though she's talking about like the very mundane stuff. Like, oh yeah, like I cooked dinner, I made a chicken, I went shopping, I bought some socks. Like, the tone in her voice is just completely flat, and she's talking about some of the most disturbing things that a human can do to another human. You're right. She has no concept of humanity whatsoever. So what?
And she's she's actually enjoying it. I mean, she's saying that she's giving the body oral sex as she's cutting them apart.
Yeah.
That is like so out there in the world of like psychopathy.
But the thing is that that's great for her defense, though, if she's going for the NGI, because just like you just said, that's insane. People in that jury was like, there it is, right? Who but an insane person would do something like that?
Could sociopathy be a diagnosis that could legitimize the NGI, possibly?
But a depraved mind itself, like the depraved mind isn't the basis for the NGI.
Yeah. Right.
Like the depravity that's shown shows a conscious regard for what she's doing, the dismemberment of the human body. So I'm kind of with Steve on this one. I think this is NGI after watching that interview is like, see you later, off the table.
Well, let me push back against my own point.
Okay.
And that is that, okay, if you're a defense attorney and you know that you don't have it legally, because we're all thinking with a legal framework, right?
Yeah.
But the jury doesn't know the legal framework, even though they're going to be instructed.
Confuse the
You
law.
can still go for the whole confusion Chewbacca defense by saying, hey, look here, this person's nuts and they're crazy. This is the very definition of insanity. And even though the jury, the instructions doesn't fit, maybe the jury would say, yeah, this is crazy, and give you an NGI anyway.
I'll push back against your pushing back against yourself pushback.
A lot of pushback.
I think where the jury can be layman, it can be. Do we have like layman splaining? Is that a thing? Layman splained into this is she had to not be aware of what she was doing was wrong at the time she did it.
But you know what's really wrong? What's really wrong though is freaking mindset keeps sniping us.
Yeah, I know. But at the time she was doing this, she knew it was wrong, clearly, because she was trying to hide the body parts. She was hiding the body parts in buckets, in containers, in a bucket at the bottom of the stairs covered with a towel. She knew it was wrong, clearly, because she was hiding the body parts.
Yeah, because that's essentially what you're trying to prove, right? The person can't appreciate you're attacking the mens rea element. You're not attacking actus reus. You're essentially giving up, and you're attacking the mens rea, right? She couldn't appreciate what she was doing was wrong. But I think that kind of cuts both ways, because now if you're a jury that doesn't have the technical knowledge to say, hey, she was trying to hide the body, that kills your NGI. But then on the back end, you're saying all of these depravities, her laughing, her smiling, her enjoying it, that would lead, I think, a normal person to believe that this person may need a mental versus the legal implications of it. So I think the prosecutor,
we're all just kink shaming postmortem BJs.
I think the prosecutor in this case, though, I think has to kind of dumb it down in their closing and understand, like, hey, listen, these are the reasons, legal reasons why, and hopefully the jury can overcome that. Because if you just tell somebody the story, she's obviously insane. That's what I would say.
Well, as the most lay person on this panel, I'm the closest thing to what a juror might be. And I'm looking at it, I would probably think of it in the terms of she did a horrific thing that's completely irredeemable. It was obscene, it was depraved, it was grotesque, it was horrifying. The family's been incredibly victimized by this. She should be punished. She should be, sent to prison for life. She doesn't belong in society. That's the way that I would perceive it without seeing the jury instructions.
And I mean, also, this is Wisconsin, and they've already brought in the Dahmer stuff, and that goes back to Dahmer was eating people, and
she might have had a nibble.
Not clinically insane.
You'd never know if she had a nibble.
She was eating too.
I mean,
we know
she's saying that she was sucking and cutting at the same time, so there had to have been blood. I mean, it's nauseating to think about, but she obviously consumed something from this, and
we're also presaging the insanity defense phase, because this is the guilt phase. So she's gonna get nailed on the guilty. So the question is we're really presaging the next phase of this trial. I mean, do you think the state's going to put anybody else on? I would just sit down at this.
This is the last.
No, they said that was the last. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. They didn't really even need this to but they put this on just to put the nail in the coffin. I really interested in the defense.
Ghazni v. Ghazni is the best YouTube legal debate.
Well, that's
if you guys
are debating yourself the whole book, pretty much.
Yeah, go ahead, Nate.
No, I'm saying if you guys were the defendant for the defense counsel, what's your case in chief? Like, what do you get up there and do? You have one or two we have to deal with this all the time in the public defender's office, and that is sometimes you just have to defend the guilty client, and that's why I get so frustrated with state attorneys and prosecutors who want to cheat, because their job's to uphold the law. Yeah,
and it's like this guy. There's very few objections because the state has been playing it very clean. I mean, they've got this guy.
Yeah.
See, but think about the morality of, well, I only cheat on the close ones. That's even worse, because those are the people that are most likely to be not guilty or innocent or actually innocent. So There should never be cheating by the prosecutors. And here's a good example of a good judge, good prosecutors. And I'm going to give a lot of credit to the judge, because the judge is keeping a tight rein. And I'll bet you he has trained these public defenders and trained this person, this prosecution team, to be this professional. So credit to the judge. I'm going to give number one. But the fact is your job as a public defender is to advocate and to make sure the state follows, gives them a fair trial. And so far, he's done a good job. I mean, I know that this defense attorney is getting a lot of hate, right? And that this is the thing. I mean, in other channels, people like to, and it's fun because we want to say the defense attorney is the client, right?
No.
But he's doing what he can with absolutely nothing. He preserved the records when there was that little blip like yesterday, right? He did a very good job of preserving the record on that. He's on point on his objections when he makes them. He's not just creating a lot of fluff. He's giving her a fair trial. And I mean, I don't know, if you were to pay a guy $1 million, what would they do different than what this guy's doing? And it goes back to Nate's question, a big circular way back to Nate's question, which is, what is the defense? And I don't think there is one. There really is no defense. You've got to go for the Hail Mary NGI insanity defense, confuse the jury a little bit, and hope they're like, this lady's crazy. We all agree, right? Okay, and forget the jury instruction. So I think that's kind of what we're aiming for.
Let me do a few super chats here. Let me clear the super chats so people can go about their lunch with it. Tourette's Majestic, thank you so much for joining and being the newest member. As long as we're talking about members, thank you very much, Tourette, for being my member. Dana loves Zumba. We'll get to yours in just a quick second. Stephen Walk, reminder for the Pot Brothers at law, shut the fuck up. Well, yeah, she's kind of proud of this, though. The Dragon's Treasure, be sure to show your support for Mr. Vices by picking up some fine tea and coffee at the Dragon's Treasure, thedragonstreasure.com. Use code Vices. Currently, right here in front of me, we have candy apple tea, actually, from the dragonstreasure.com. See you at Matsuri. We will see you there. And hopefully Nate will come across town to say howdy to all of us.
Oh, yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
And we have Ricada Laws, who said, Peen still works after death, boys. Death is not the end. It's only the beginning. And Peace Peony, has the judge seen the videos before? No, the judge gets to see it for the first time now, too. And he was staring pretty intently at her through the whole thing. Bloke behind Taylor, says Ella Cole, there was a large guy who was chewing on his fingernails for an exceptionally long time on day one. So he ate his middle finger, his middle-aged self layer, and is now a younger, slimmer version. Who knew that was a thing? WTF is this lawyer doing? Letting her talk? Dumb. There was no lawyer while she was talking. That's the thing. And D-Flesh, sure hope she won't have a cellmate in prison. If so, they better learn to sleep with one eye open. Or as Nate says, go the Dahmer route. You can't be in a room with that. And Duncan Idaho, about 42 minutes ago, the range of reactions when she said, no, I took that, his head off, are priceless. Yeah. We did have the question. This is one. This is a palate cleanser, if you will. It was a question about bringing Cuban cigars into the U.S. There was the statement that 2023 allows you to bring 100 Cuban cigars. No, that is absolutely incorrect. Trump shut that down.
Yeah,
Obama allowed you to bring it in, but Trump shut that down. The current says if you go to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection site, it says at effective September 24th, 2020, authorized travelers may no longer return to the United States with alcohol and or tobacco products acquired in Cuba as accompanied baggage for personal use. Individuals authorized to travel to Cuba, they can consume alcohol and tobacco for personal use during their stay in Cuba. Persons subject to United States jurisdiction may purchase and acquire goods of Cuban origin, including alcohol and tobacco products, while they are in a third country for personal consumption outside the United States. In addition, as of September 24, 2020, authorized travelers are prohibited from importing such products into the United States. For a full description of this general license authorized, this is current as of June 30th, 2023. So yes, you cannot bring any Cuban cigars into the U.S. as a U.S. citizen.
It's so crazy because the market for Cuban, so I cruise the Caribbean all the time. If you go to any of those other Caribbean islands, Cuban cigars are so cheap and so plentiful, but then you want to take them back to the United States. That's when they become real expensive because you can't bring them back in. So,
right. And we asked, why is she wearing a potato chip bag? Because they took her clothes when they got there because they had blood on them, and they gave her a Tyvek suit, the potato chip bag. If you love something, kill it. And I would add, if it comes back to life, it's yours forever.
That was very odd. That was a very odd statement she made, that like you kill some, and then the fact that she like after the death, she continues like playing with the body. It's very necrophilic. It's very serial killer like.
It's insane.
It's serial killer insanity. It's like that, intrigued by death, and I don't. It was, and then her reaction. And I know I'm the first one to condemn us looking at the reactions of somebody who's sitting there on the table, but her giggling reactions to what was going on in front of her were very odd. Very odd. What do you guys think?
I think so too. I agree, but I think it all goes to, but I think they it's one of those pitches 50-50, right? If I'm a juror and I'm seeing her laughing at all this stuff and this, that makes me even think more like this person may need mental help. But again, I think it's all going to be in the arguments, because I think the prosecutor has to make this is an act, or something, because it's going to be hard for me sitting in that jury box to say this woman's not insane from everything that you're saying and from everything that she's doing.
Well, but insane again, we need to be careful, because lawyer insanity is different.
Exactly.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a few psychologists on to come and explain how you can be out of your damn mind, but not criminally insane.
Yeah, and there's a point. This is going to be interesting. I mean, I don't think there's any way there's going to be an NGI, but we got to keep it interesting and entertaining, because, like you said, they're going to have experts that are going to come on and explain it, soup the nuts of why this is not legally insane.
I think that for the jury to want to find her insane, they would want to find some redeeming factors or qualities to her personality, or mitigating factors, basically. Like, I know it's not a death penalty case, so it's not like a technical term, but the jury would probably be looking for that. Like, did she have a hard childhood? Was there something really bad that happened to her? Is there some reason why we have like empathy for her, that we don't want her to be sent to prison for life?
There was some of that talk, but you really can't get into that in an insanity plea. I don't think that really.
No.
What do you think? I mean, actually,
and that tracks also with the drug use.
Yeah,
because a lot of the stuff with the drug use, the meth use, the history of her meth use, and whether the meth itself and that background of meth use, that's viewed by the law as being a voluntary action. You engaging in voluntary acts over the course of time that causes intoxication, because it's not just in that moment. If you are using meth to such an extent that every mental synapse is fried, that is still your voluntary act that puts you there. You are still responsible for that action.
But how long was she interested in Dahmer and this serial killer stuff?
Well, that's an interesting question. I said it'd been throughout her life. There's media accounts and friend accounts and whatnot. That was all of her life. But the state only put on that she was doing these searches relatively soon before
because that's relevance in order to get before the jury. But my psychological question is because the drugs could come as a result of these dark fantasies. Sometimes, like, I think Dahmer was fascinated as a child. He would dismember animals and look at the inside when he was a little kid. When he got older, he would drink himself down because these were such dark fantasies that he had, but they excited him. So I'm thinking maybe she might be the female version of that, which is she's excited.
She's got lots of pictures of Dahmer on her phone. Apparently her screen lock picture was Dahmer. So I mean, she's got the pictures that establish it's been going on for a while.
But I also want to make it very clear. I think her case and Dahmer's case are extremely different, because Dahmer was doing this over a period of time, and Dahmer was hiding bodies. Like, he was doing this for this. This seems to be her first
killer.
Yeah. Where this seems to be the first. So I think his insanity.
But usually
it always goes.
Wait a second. I'm going to push back against Nate. Come on, Nate. Let's go.
Go ahead.
Because usually serial killers' first kills are the sloppiest.
Yeah.
They get better over time. So when they get away with a couple, and then they get the thrill of the kill, and they get away with it, then they become more sophisticated. They say, okay, I made this mistake. So this may just been her first kill, which was sloppy, and therefore she was trying to hide it and all, but she's like, I knew I was going to get caught. Whereas if she had gotten away with it, she might have enjoyed it so much that she's going to come up with another plan that might be more acceptable, or she might get away with it easier, like lure that guy instead of the basement of the house into some location where she has control over it.
When someone mentioned that in chat a long time ago, how many of her exes have started going back to church again?
Oh God! I mean, well, it's like a heat of the moment killing, right? But the problem is, like, you have her, like his parents are upstairs. You know, she's not really thinking this through, but she's enjoying it, and there is intent where, you know, she's just, I mean, the dismemberment, it's like, is she doing it to hide the body parts somewhere? Is she just doing it for fun? I mean, the way that she's like flaying the body and taking the bones out, putting the foot in I mean, it's like, what is she's doing that because she likes it. So it's very hard. It's heat of the moment, but it's also intentional.
Well, the death might have been a means for the dismemberment, because the thing is, the death itself could have been entirely accidental. Well, not accidental in that fashion. She might not have intended to go all the way with the choking until death, but once he's dead, her mind reaches this conclusion, well, he's already dead. I can't bring him back. Why not do this other thing? And then you have a serial killer born. I don't know. It's creepy to think about. And this is why men don't enter the dating world.
Nate, go ahead.
Well, but my response to Steve is, I think Steve is explaining, in law enforcement, they always tell you crime is opportunistic in nature, in the sense of, if you're successful with the first bank robbery, you get more and you do it again. And the more successful you are, you continuously do it until eventually you get caught. Most criminals don't stop until they get caught. And we always say, we only got to catch you once. You got to be perfect all the way through. But I think in this, comparing her to Dahmer, I think you're right. This could have been her first time, but I think on a balance of probabilities, Dahmer, he couldn't go in saying, you know, I was just insane, because he was actively trying to deceive police. But I think here in this, when you have the first time, you can say, well, were you really trying to deceive police? You know, if you're walking around with the guy's blood on your hands, but then if you're going, you tell everybody. So I think that makes this case a little bit more dicey when it comes to the insanity plea, where Dahmer was kind of like, these
words are charged. It's so dicey, this thing.
It can cut both ways. It's dicey.
It can cut both ways.
It slices and dices.
I wonder
speaking
about, like,
of Dahmer, hang on. Speaking of Dahmer here, our very own Nicholas Starve raises a good point. And where can we watch the Dahmer trial? Legal Vices. Nicholas Starve is actually streaming the insanity section of Dahmer's trial. So Nicholas Starov, go check out him. He does this regularly. And he also sent a super chat here. Big reason for reinstating the cigar embargo is trademark. All Cuban brands are copied in the U.S., and the cost of all possible lawsuits would bankrupt many U.S. manufacturers.
I have a question for the cigar expert.
Yes.
Yes. I've heard that Cuban cigars' quality have been really drawn into the dust since the embargo, because the communism has really destroyed it, and that most, like Honduran cigars and other Central American countries using the seed have been much more effective and had much better cigars. Is this true?
Not really. No, it's not true. I mean, the Cuban cigar quality is absolutely immaculate. They won't let it go out if it's subpar. But what they did is, like you were saying, when the revolution happened and all of the private cigar plantation manufacturers fled, they took their seeds with them to the Dominican Republic, to Honduras, and they planted the seeds. And they've been cultivating the Cuban seed tobacco leaves. And I'd say within about the last 5 years that the Honduran and Cuban cigars that are based on the Cuban seeds are just about on par with the Cuban cigars. Now, there's not that much difference at this point. The Cuban cigar thing is just to say I did. See, and that's why it's a problem. Just get rid of the embargo, and then it doesn't become a thing anymore. It becomes natural. But yeah, they're on par with Cuban cigars.
What about the Dominican cigars too? Because I heard the Dominicans have at least tried to extremely copy everything down to So
there are quite a few good, like Honduras and Honduras, Nicaragua, and Dominican Republic are probably the best.
Once every 10 years, I will smoke a cigar. There will be a cigar smoke, but sometime in the future, I'll smoke a cigar on somebody's stream in celebration of something. Well, we got to figure out the right. We'll find out the right grift at the right time.
Probably your next book. Wisconsin does not have the death penalty. Calico 2060. You are absolutely correct. Right. Wow. Shoot. We've got about 40 minutes before the afternoon session starts. Are all of you available or not?
I've got deadlines this afternoon, but I'll be watching in the background.
Yeah, I'm on lunch break, so I'm going to be here for about I got some time. I got a few more minutes. So wait a second. What time is it? Yeah,
it's 1:23.
Yeah, like Miss BZ says, she wasn't just intrigued by playing on, she was sexually excited by it. Yeah, this is the nature of necrophilia, the nature of this sort of serial killer darkness is that there is that excitement that comes from killing, and that's why they start with animals a lot of times because they're vulnerable, and it's really hard to understand. But I do, people were saying, what's the relationship between drugs and Law and Lumber here? He talked about it a little bit, and that is that there's not just the effect of drugs. So it may not that she smokes the meth, yes, but it's the long-term brain damage that occurs over time. But I don't know. She's such an interesting psychological character. I really want to see some good psychological studies on her.
Well, see, that's the thing is the one thing that nobody's addressed, and we know, but none of us have talked about is just there are just some bad seeds out there.
Yeah, like Mindset, who likes to snipe all the time.
Pretty much. He's the degenerate.
He sniped you over to his stream yesterday successfully.
Yeah. Well, no, nap time is not happening today. It'll take me 30 minutes to set up. Yeah. Yeah. There's no chance a nap is happening for me today. I've only got 40 minutes. I just want to take a little bit of a break and get things ready for the next stream and get a little something to eat. So who's in for the afternoon session?
I might
Ozzy.
be back.
Well, I'll send you the link then, Nate, just in case. Ozzy's here, Chandler's here. Nicholas will be joining me when he gets off work. Natalie Wisco may be making a
Natalie's
Natalie's
a Wisconsin lawyer, so
yeah, she'd be great to have.
I would love it if she could come on. That'd be great.
And someone else who we've been trying to get on for the longest time, but she's actually working and our schedules don't match up. Legally Dirty Blonde may be here later as well. And potentially Criminal Sean, he might be here as well. So we could possibly have a great panel anyway. And what are we? Not better, not greater, an even more expansive panel of wonderful people.
More variety, more perspective.
Yeah, I'd like to know how do you know if somebody's a bad seed unless you do a taste test?
Yeah, that's it. Taste test.
Steve.
Judge rejects Biden plea deal. Wow.
Ooh, that's going to be big.
Wow. And Kevin Spacey was also just acquitted of all 9 charges of his bad behavior.
Yeah, he's got some great lawyers. He had the one in New York he got acquitted. He's got this new one acquitted. So he's just rolling them up, huh?
Well, and all the plaintiffs seem to die. That's kind of a thing too.
The one in New York, they were really alive, but they didn't believe him.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
The docket entry in the Biden case is probably the weirdest thing I've seen as a lawyer that's ever seen any Pacer docket entries. The one from last night. Oh no. The allegation that one of his attorneys called in to the clerk's office to get
I saw that on Twitter. Someone's about to have a bad day.
The docket entry is like this long. The judge writes everything out as a freaking line item, a minute order. It's wild.
Wait, this is about the amicus brief, correct?
Yeah.
I'm going to be talking about that with Danny on Direct on her channel later. I'm really curious about this.
All right. Well, we'll go for like 5 more minutes here, and then we'll shut this down so I can get ready for the afternoon session.
And I'm actually going to go in. My cheating heart is actually going to go visit Mindset on the way back to my real world. I told Mindset I'd come and stop by and say hello for a few minutes. He is my brother, Florida man, so we Florida men have to stick together.
All right, well, Steve, it's always a pleasure to have you here, and I'll send you the link for the afternoon just in case you get home early or something.
Tell Andrew hi for me.
Have a chance to come back. So, thank you very much, Steve. Give us your grift. You haven't done a grift here for a while. It's not the same without hearing about SteveGosney.com. Do it.
Come on, you must have
do it, Steve. I'm giving you permission, Steve. Do it. All right. He's got lots of books for sale.
Buy Death Penalty Debates by Steve Gosney. I was fortunate enough to be invited to edit it, and it's a fantastic book. I think it's Steve's best. Go to SteveGosney.com, where you can buy all Steve Gosney's fantastic books, including Prepare and Ideas and Answers in Law.
Oh, I do have an exclusive though. I could tell you though.
Okay.
Only it's exclusive just for Vices. This morning, I put up The Summer Friend as an ebook. And it's, so you can ebook it right now. Now the soft cover's coming out in probably next week, but the ebook's available right now. So go to stevegosney.com, get a novelette, an enjoyable read to escape from this horror show of a case, and go sit on the beach and enjoy it for like just a couple hours of an escape. Wouldn't you say, Chandler? You've seen that one, right?
Oh yeah, it's a lovely book. It's adorable. It's a great book. I
I'm
really
about
liked it.
3 pages into it now. I just started reading it at lunch today.
It's short and sweet.
It is. It's a great little book so far. I'm sure the whole thing is great. But Steve, thank you so much. And see, the person that said you grift too much just grifted for you, so that's your permission to grift.
Well, I have to. I mean, it's a quality book. I think it's fantastic, and I think it's a must read. So I'm gonna grift for Steve always.
Nice.
Well, as long as you're doing this, Chandler, grift yourself. What do you got coming up? What are you doing?
Sure.
You just mentioned one. What else? What else
Okay.
coming up with Remy_legal?
Should I introduce myself? I mean, everybody knows me by now. I am going to be doing a stream of my own on my channel today with MLS Law at 5:30 p.m. We are going to be talking about the Sarah Boone case. We're going to be showing one of the recent hearings that she was a part of, not boomered like the last time that I was on his channel. We're going to be reading the most recent letter from Sarah Boone, so that'll be a lot of fun. And then after that, I'm going over to Danny on Direct's channel to talk about the Hunter Biden thing with the amicus brief. That is going to be really interesting. So yeah, look forward to that. And then probably have some stuff coming up this week, but I can't remember at the moment.
Make sure you subscribe. And also, John Gordon corrects Steve Gosney, exclusive for Vices, parentheses, and Mindset. And also, Steve Gosney has his own YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe to that as well.
And Rumble. And I might actually do.
Rumble.
I might just do a live stream tonight on the Parkland judge got disciplined by the Florida Supreme Court.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I was thinking I might just do a quick live stream at 8 o'clock tonight. So there you go.
Hayden, Aussie Overlord.
As always, guys, you know where I'm at. For the most part, I'm around 6 p.m. Eastern, doing law, news, and laughter, talking all things crazy, wacky, and wild in the legal sphere. Things have been a little bit hectic in terms of scheduling. I may actually use this opportunity for the break to pre-record something. But, yeah, because Thursday, 3 a.m. in the morning for you guys, I'm doing the after party where I'm assuming, Vices, you're going to join me for the for the game this week?
If I can.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
Where we basically just have beers, talk fun, and watch a lingerie football league game. So it makes things interesting.
It was good last week, let me tell you.
You got right into it. I was impressed.
And she knows who she is. We're still trying to get her on the stream. So go ahead, Aiden. Aiden, sorry. Didn't mean to get you.
But yeah, guys, as I said, things are a little bit choppy at the moment, so content's coming out as and when it can, because as of Wednesday my time, I am flying out to Houston, Texas for 2 weeks, and for those of you that are there, I will see you at Matsuri. So
see you at Matsuri.
But yeah.
Law and Lumber Rob, if you're like one of the 3 people here that don't know him and what he's doing, grip yourself here.
Oh, I don't have too much to grift. I've got too many trials coming up. So I've got 2 trials coming up the next 3 weeks, which has kept me off YouTube. So I'm still doing the Friday shows. But any other content's been kind of difficult to come by because the time to create it just isn't there with trial prep. Friday show, 8 p.m., Friday Night Frenzy. We break down some of the legal cases we've been covering. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to cover at least part of this freaking case this Friday because it's consumed the media. But yeah, so might do a shop stream at some point in time this week. Take the members of the channel down into the workshop and go through some of the stuff we're working on down there.
And Friday Night Frenzy is one of my bucket list items, just telling you. Yeah. It's one of my bucket list participation items.
You got it. I'll add you.
Don't say bucket list in this case.
Oh, no.
Jesus.
Phrasing.
Oh, yeah.
Nate the lawyer. Like literally everybody knows Nate the lawyer, but do it anyway, Nate.
I hope so. But yeah, the Griff, Nate the lawyer, YouTube. I have I got 2 interesting. Well, I have 2 interesting videos coming out. One about this. So there's a stat that's going around from this not-for-profit, and I'll just read you guys a sentence. But because I was told not to cover this story because it would be anti-black, and since I'm black, and if I cover the story with the facts, it would make the story that they're trying to seem less relevant, and therefore, since I have a large audience, I shouldn't let people know the truth. So I'm like, so I've had like some tension even with my with some people in the background of it. But essentially, there's a not-for-profit called Black and Missing, and they make the point that African Americans in the United States are 30% of the population, but they say that there are 40% of missing people in the United States. So obviously, I'm someone who likes to fact check those stats. If you give me a stat, I'll fact check it. So I tried to fact check it, but then they've given me this official sentence, they said. And the sentence says, nearly 40% of missing persons are people of color, yet African Americans make up only 13% of the population. So I said, well, you guys did like a little bait and switch there. You talk about, what are persons of color only African American, or, do they involve? So then I went and looked up their stats, and their stats show persons of color are 41% of the population. So when I redid their sentence, I said nearly 40% of missing persons are people of color, yet people of color make up 41% of the population. So it doesn't work. So this has been now run by all the mainstream news media, trying to make it seem like even though blacks are 13% of the population, they make up 40% of the missing persons, which is not true. True. So now this issue, because it's been, I got, news radio hosts, NBC, ABC, all of them have been regurgitating this fact. And I'm just surprised that no one actually just looked into it. So when you look into the numbers, you see it's all just a made up lie. So now I'm trying to figure out a way to present it in a way that exposes the lie, but then it does expose the truth that there is an issue, but just not to the degree that they're making it out to see. So that's what I'm doing. If anybody's interested in something like that.
That's going to be interesting. Seriously, that's going to be an interesting watch. See how all that pans out.
I'd like
So
your
thanks
perspective
to
on that in
everybody
particular.
here.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Well, just quickly, I think the problem is that yes, there are disadvantages for African Americans in the United States. That's clear to see. But I think when you use false and misleading statistics to try to explain it, that's what makes people think that the whole thing is nonsense, right? There is a problem, but just not to that extent.
Well, and also by falsifying, you got enough problems as it is, right? By focusing on the wrong problems, you're not going to solve the real problems. So, you better to have truth and look at things honestly. And, and if it's not a problem, then we don't need to be focused on it. There's other things we can look at, right? So a distraction from real solutions.
Yeah, and one of the statistics that I do show is that African Americans, even though we are 13% of the U.S. population, we account for 60% of the murder victims in the United States. That's an epidemic. That's a huge problem. 13% of the population is 60% of your homicide victims in the United States. So I think that is a problem that we should be addressing. But I think a lot of times what happens is that when you talk about race and black versus white, people kind of lose their minds in objectivity. So I'm just trying to bring it back to like, all right, we do have real issues that we can statistically prove. Let's focus in on it and just stop making stuff up.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. Is that going to be on your channel that you're going to be discussing that?
Yeah, well, I have, I do VOD. So this VOD, we've been writing it for 2 days because I have some people in my circle who I push these things. They're like, this sounds too Fox News. You're giving the white races too much. And I'm like, but I'm just giving people the truth. Just like with the U.S. soccer video. When I put that out, I was told I was a misogynist because I was against equal pay for women. I'm like, but I just put out the facts of the case. So it's not sometimes the facts in of themselves, but how they are put over to the general public so people can understand. I'm not attacking missing people. I want missing people to be found, but I'm not going to lie to you and say 40% are black people when that number is a lie, is a false number. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a serious issue, so it should be represented accurately.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to watching that video. I'm really, that sounds like a really important video.
Oh,
I'm glad you're doing it.
All right. Well, let's wrap this up. I'll send everybody the afternoon link just in case y'all get time and or are interested in doing it. For me, we currently have 1,112 people here and a very, very large number of likes. We've got 1,600 likes. On your way out, please hit that like and subscribe button. We're pushing our way to 60,000. So that's like 1% of what Nate has for his subscribers. Fact check that one, Nate. No, 60, we're at 59,275. We picked up about 50 subscribers during this. That's great. We're 25 away from 59,300, 725 away from 60,000. We can do this by the end of the week. So hit the like and subscribe on your way out. And as always, mods, thank you for being super moddy. You're the best mod. Vice Rex, me, and saying hi to the legal Vice Rex. Who was the Vice Rex of the day? The Vice Rex of the day was Lincoln Kane. So thank you very much for that support. Everybody else, thank you so much for your support. The Vice Squad chat is the best chat on the internet. All my guests, make sure you subscribe to them. Make sure you like everything they've ever done, especially if I'm included in any of them. Extra like those. What we're going to do now, we'll shut it down, and I will redirect you to the afternoon stream. Oh, we also got 20 Legal Vices memberships from Tank Rat. Thank you so much, Tank Rat, for a while ago. And Krista B, who's been a member of 1 month for the Clean and Sober crew, said, can the panel posit on how things would have been different for her if she had asked for a lawyer right away? It wouldn't have been different.
No. Well, you wouldn't have saw that whole debacle of the confession, but
it wouldn't have changed the defense.
No.
They don't have much to work
That was an
with
easy
anymore.
answer. All right, peeps. We'll see you in about 22 minutes from now. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll catch you on the flip side. And enjoy your legal vices for the next 20 minutes at least. Everybody out. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We'll see you all soon.